Ah. Me. 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 おはようございます。It's totally not morning anymore. Good morning. Oh, it is afternoon. Hi, chat. Hi, Bimo. Hi, Ansko. Is that how I say your name? If I got it right. Me. I was gonna start streaming approximately 3 hours ago. I got distracted by food. I was so hungry. Oopsies. Watermelon. And also, I got distracted. I ate. Did you eat? I don't know what time it is where everyone is. By the way, I have a question. I have a question. What are cheers and bits again? I don't know what they do. There's also channel points. I don't understand. I was gonna stream either in the morning or at night. Nighttime here anyway. But I forgot. Well, I didn't forget, but I have gym schedule with Michi tonight. It shouldn't be at night, but I think Michi might be late today. So I thought if it's at night, I might not be able to stream. So I'm streaming now. Instead of using money, you send bits or cheese. Oh. Wakaru. Me. Okay, that's interesting. Boop. It is very late in the day-ish. Everyone's probably either asleep or working. So I'm just gonna be yapping all by myself. Well, with chat, I guess. I don't know how long to stream because I was supposed to stream hours ago. There at work, I'm in a lecture. You're in a lecture, like right now? While you're talking to me? Dang. What class are you in? And I don't know this song. I'm on 12% Okay. You know what? 12% isn't much. It's gonna be gone. Do you have a power bank? It's gonna be gone in like 5 minutes. How long does 12% of battery last? My phone goes to 50% from 100 in an hour. You're cooked, you're dead. You're stuck. I mean, you tried. Thanks for dropping by. I love how I'm just saying goodbye. I'm just saying goodbye even though you're still here. You're giga dead. So true. Hi, Ken. I saw the Gundam, I think. I forgot to take a picture because I'm blip. Small brain. But I think I found it. Unless I'm hallucinating and I found it in my dream. But I think I found... Is it in here? Is it out? Is it? I think it's in the living room. Boop. I feel like these days. What's the color of it? Oh, okay. I know I just started, but what if I grab it and run back? Okay, 2 seconds. 2 seconds, wait. Okay. I got it. I think the box is like the size of an A3 paper. Is that a correct description? It's a big box. I don't even know how to differentiate the type. Okay, hi, tadaima. The color of the thing. Oh, it's a big one. This one is a big one. It's a big one, man. That's why I tell you it's intimidating, you know. Like, what if I make a mistake and build it wrong? That's why I haven't touched it. Well, I've touched the box, so I haven't touched the inside. Okay. How do I know what type it is? The color of the color of the Gundam is white, blue, with bits of like black, gold, and red. Does that help you in any way? I've did my screen so much that dark. Does it help? Does it help if you like? Does it help if you like just listen to the audio and not play the video? Should help, right? well. I'm looking at the side. Same thing because of internet use? Oh. All I know is from the box, by the way. It just says master grade. That does not help you at all, does it? I love how I don't know much about it. You know what? I should open it. I should open this. Wait. MG narrative Gundam. Wow. How do I know if that's the correct thing? How do I know? Is it like what it says on the side? Is it the code? Is it the code? It is supposed to be the code. It says there's a bunch of letters and thingamabob. It says Strike Freedom Gundam. What's that? Strike Freedom Gundam. A Jiggy. Is that it? What is that? Is that the type? Did I get it right? Did I get it right? Did I get it right? The name of the type is Strike Freedom. Or is that like a category or something? Boop, 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 boop. Ooh, that one is famous. It is. Like super famous. Kanna Bill's Gundam. My friend gifted a Gundam. Back then, like my friends were really into Gundam, and they're all getting it. So I think they wanted me to try, so they gifted one to me. From Gundam Zeta. Yeah. It says that on the box, I think. Yeah, I think my friends wanted me to try it. Boop, boop. Because I was asking a lot of questions about it. I was curious about it. Let's see. By the way, today, I think I might try to speak more calmly because I never realized how much you really need to talk if you stream for days and days and days. Does that make sense? It turns out, did you know if you stream every day for like 4 to 6 hours, your throat really actually feels it. It's either that, or I think when I saw my dad, he was having a cough. So I think I may or may not have caught a thing. When did you speak erratically? True. If I well if I speak calmly and relaxed, this is probably how I talk. Probably. Maybe? Me. I'm trying to pick a song today. Let's see. If I don't know yet, I'll just boop boop. Boop boop. Boop. Boop boop. Hello, I'm new here. How are you? Hi! Welcome. Thanks for following. How are you today? I'm trying to pick a song and I can't decide. You ever have those moments where you feel like you want to listen to something but you kind of forget what you want to listen to? That's me right now. Beep boop. Boop 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 boop. Inna speaking Kanna was wild. How did she... Hey, what do you mean? you mean in general I'm calmer today? These days than I was before? You know what that is? Time and age and maturing. Man. Me. Are you saying I'm calm and mature now? Is that what you're saying? Am I super calm and super mature? I believe you. Hey boop beep beep boop. How about this? I don't know this song though. Honestly, the songs I listen to are probably like, this is what I listen to. What's that called? This is what I usually like listen to. City pop, Japanese, or this. Wait. Probably this. Yep, there we go. Kanna, there's a compilation of your toxic... September. Usually MG is easier to build because the parts are bigger. Oh, so like the tinier would be harder? I mean, that makes sense. Ah, right. Yeah. How do you attach the parts to each other? Is that a dumb question? Is it like using glue? It's a doggo. Hello, hi. Bark. Ooh, emotes. Yeah, remember when I said I got distracted this morning? It's because Twitch just gave me a notification to upload emotes. I don't know what that does. Other than uploading emotes, I uploaded some. Does it work? Is that a dumb question? Can you see if the emotes work? I forgot to ask. Did it say MGEX or MG? Oh. Wait. Beep, 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 beep. It says master grade. I think it's just MG. I think. It says Strike, Freedom, Gundam, ZAFD, Mobile Suit, ZGMF, X20A, whatever that means. And it just says MG, I think. As far as I know. The emotes were giving. Oh yeah, your fridge crimes have been reported to the proper author. You snitched on me! Ray will hopefully have some words with you. It's not that bad, probably. I'm alive. My brother's also alive. I've been feeding him. Doggo heart, hee Fridge crimes, there's no such thing. I've done no such thing. There's no proof of whatever this supposed crime is. Kanna the chicken rib. No, I swear. No, it's a misunderstanding. It's a total misunderstanding. Okay, so I think I only have the sauce. Only the sauce is left. The chicken is gone. I saved some of the marinade. I swear to God. Okay, for context. I was thinking about what's in my fridge because I said it's like so full. I can barely like fit stuff in anymore, which is a problem because my fridge is pretty big. So the fact that I can't put stuff in it is kind of concerning, you know? And then I was thinking about what I have at the very back. If I'm not mistaken, I think I have like some marinade for chicken satay. The marinade, the spices, you know, not the actual raw chicken. I would die. Right? Because I said it was for like a New Year barbecue thingamajig, you know? Cause where I'm from, right, you're supposed to do barbecues on New Year. So I thought it would be a great idea to make like homemade chicken satay. And I made so much seasoning that I only used half. But the chicken is gone. It's just a marinade. So I just get mad new Resident Evil. I swear, I'll send it to a lab. We'll find out. Okay, you know what? Never mind. Do you know it takes money to send things to a lab and get it scanned? Did you know? Never mind. What if I just eat it, honestly? Kanna is much. Time flies by so fast, you know? How can it be March already? I remember so vividly making the marinade for the satay. Not as considering as Michi, it was still a biohazard. I swear. If you save the used chicken marinade. No, I swear. Okay, no. Before I mixed the chicken in the marinade, I split it first. If I remember correctly. So it's just the marinade. It's totally safe. I think. The only thing I would slightly be concerned about is I forgot if I put garlic in there. And if I'm not mistaken, garlic has that botulinum thingamajig. Then maybe that's it. But, you know. Twitch notified me 20 minutes. NFS hi! Bloop, 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 bloop. Twitch has notification? Am I dumb? Welcome. Boop, boop, boop. It's actually nearly April. You know what it is? Time is a concept created by man. Humans created the concept of time. So really, it's like no time has passed. If we just forget the concept of time, it's probably fine. You know? What's that? How did that appear? What is that? And I should... Is that a hydrate thing? Okay, I'll drink. Thank you for the redeem. Is that what it's called? I think that's the first redeem ever. Did you know? Whoa! Okay, I'll drink. Yum, yum, yum. I'm drinking protein water again today. It's my last bottle and it's a weird tasting strawberry one. Bloop bloop. Thank you for keeping me hydrated. If you remember, what do you mean kalau ingat? Well, we all know memories. Past, time, past. You know, I don't remember. Don't get water from next to the marinade. No, it's on the very back. I think. I mean... What is that, Stretch? Didn't I just start? I don't even know how the notifications are appearing. You know, I didn't set those alerts. Wow. Guys, if I suddenly disappear, it's because I don't know why, but when I stand up, my model just goes shorter like this. This is me standing up. This is me sitting down. Standing up. Sitting down. I don't know why. How does that make any sense? I hate it here. Okay, I'll stretch. Ooh. Ha. Ha. Okay. All good. I stretched. Boop, 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 boop. Man. Oh, no. You think it's a concerning thing to say considering? It's probably fine. The only thing I would mildly be concerned about is the garlic. Because apparently garlic shouldn't be stored more than a week or 2 weeks. I kind of forget. You can edit. Oh, thank you for telling me. A bonk shows up. Huh. You keep saying things like probably and No. It's okay. Cause in life there are not many sure things in life. So saying probably is probably the safest thing to do, you know? Oh, you can get pets or bonks. What is that? Do you see how I don't even have a notification for that yet? Well, I do! Ken, thank you so much for subscribing. Did you know that you're my very first subscriber ever, I think? Yeah! Because I just got affiliated today! There you go! What's a founder thing? Whoa! You did! Yippee! Thank you so much! Yee! Wait, if I sub, will I get founder? Is that a badge thing? Whoa, you did get a badge thing! Whoa, that's so cool! Whoa! Clappy. Whoa! 10 first subs will get founder badge. Whoa! Okay, so that's 2, right? I didn't even see you had subs on. Cause honestly, I don't know what is a scam trade. Alright, bet. Why is there so many things that turn on? What's a what? Whoa, what is that? What, guys? Wait, Okay, wait. There's way too many things going on. Why do I look? Hi, Keto. Wait. Okay. Why is it not stop beeping? Wait. Okay, Bima, thank you so much for subscribing. And how do I tell me how do I read your name? Circus Skater? Thank you so much for subscribing. Boop, 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 boop. And then wait. Noble Judgment, thank you so much for subscribing. Wee. Yeah, Dugo discovers it. I didn't know there's so many things that you could do. Congrats on the video. Thank you. It's honestly, thanks to you guys. Thank you for accompanying me for the past week or so. Jeez. Wow, I'm so happy. What's a hype train? I don't understand what that is. Whoa. As it's cause for celebration. Soon she'll know the power of free. What's free bits? What are... Okay. Because, you know, Twitch has so many things, right? They have, like, bits, and there's cheers, and there's channel points. There's so many things I can bonk on. Did you sub just to bonk me? Bits are super chat. Oh, you see that? I'm learning. Whoop, boop, 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 boop. Here, I should at least say something, right? If you wanna... The first 10... Grab... what is it? The Founders Badge? It's only for the first 10? Really? That's crazy. My Kanna doggo is now affiliate. There you go. That there. Am I a genius? I'm not. I didn't even know there was a Founders Badge. Did you know? Did you know there's a Founders Badge? Dang. There you go. Wow, I love how that didn't even turn into a link. Don't open my Discord. Please just kill me. Did I just open my own thing? There we go. Okay, bye. Hee. Wow. I have a Muna Founders Badge. Now Kanna. Wow, that's so cool. Thanks for following. It's impossible to get one from Ray TV. Man, yeah. Boop, 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 boop. You know what? It's my birthday is in 2 days, but I feel like these days I'm always happy every day. Wow. And like before my birthday too, that's so cool. Imagine if I didn't wake up from a nap. You woke up from a nap. Me. I hope you had a good nap. I feel like I've been taking a lot of naps lately. I don't know why. Night, Kanna. It's 11 p.m. for me. I have to be up. Wait, you go to the gym at 3:30 a.m.? That's dedication. You know what? I'm going to the gym in approximately like 5 hours. I'll remember I'll remember how hard you work for the gym, and it'll motivate me more today. Bye. Have a good rest. Have a good gym time later. Good afternoon, Riku. Hi! Riku, did you know I got affiliate today? Woohoo! I'm on 4% battery. If I'm gone, then have fun at your seminar/lecture. What's a hype chest? Do I open it? Mega consume? What is that? Wow! Iron Crow, thank you so much for the sub! Did you know that I got subs today? Yippee! Hype chest is a free emote. Why does it look so cute though? Whoa! There's so many things. That's so cool. Really? What? Yeah! Yeah, apparently the first 10 people who sub gets a founder's badge. That's what everyone's been telling me. More badges! Yippee! The first 10 subs. I don't know how many there are left. But without like the Twitch, can I mention Discord? No, I can. Hi, sorry. Because I'm shy and I didn't tell. And I didn't announce on Discord that I'm... And I also forgot to integrate to D-2. What? Wow, how do I... Oh, Erdy? Erd? Erday? Kaiser? Kaiser, thank you so much for the sub! Yee. 3 left, you think? Yeah. Me. Perchance. Do your job. Yeah, Mumu is still my moderator. And NFS, did you know I started my day today? I think by giving moderator status to Stream Elements. Am I smart? Am I a genius? Because Stream Elements keep getting blocked from sending links on my own chat. That's my achievement today. Yippee! Boop, boop. Today is a good day. Mop, pop, 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 pop. Ooh, here's this too. Here's what? Bloop, 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 bloop. Whoa, what's that? Huh? Whoa, what's that? Is that a gift? Iron Girl, thank you for the gifted sub. I never thought I would say that in my life. Look. Well, thank you so much. Whoa, it's the first gift sub in the channel ever. Eee. Thank you so much. I know that. Hi, Sen. Sen, did you know I got affiliate today? And I got a hype train, whatever that is. And I got a hype chest. There was a thing earlier, I forgot. Whoa. Sen! Why is there 2 notifications? See, ta-da. Now there's left and right. And also, it's like tilted. Sen! Thank you so much for subscribing! Did you know? Did you get a founder's badge? So cool. Whoa. Okay, let me fix the thing so it's not tilted anymore. Also, I want to know why there's 2 of them there. What is that? Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop, boop. I love how I'm just fixing it here because I'm a pro streamer and all that jazz. That thing, wait. I think it's here. Save. It's probably fine-ish. Yeah. Whoa. Thank you for subscribing. There's another one. Another one's gonna appear. Yep, there you go. Dear Goblin 123, thank you so much for the sub. Whoa. You guys are... I'm embarrassed. Thank you so much for subscribing. I can only offer free smiles. Like these. Dagadashi. Hi. Hi, 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 hi. Why? I'm Munyo? We did it! Thanks for all this. Whoa! Whoa, there's a... Whoa! I love how notifications appear everywhere and I don't even know how to... Guys! Thank you so much! Sasa! Me! The next 15 subs will have to wait until you get partner. I have to get partner for the next... Wait. There's a different badge for that? Dang. Whoa, wait. Okay. Whoa. Sasa, thank you for the sub. I'm so sorry you missed out on the founders one. But partner. For apparently partner thingamajig, right? Okay, well earlier there was the last one was Cardinal Sin 45. Thank you so much for the sub. Arigato. Is Farrell awake? Oh, Sen, you gifted one to Farrell. That's so nice of you. Thank you. Whoa. Okay, how do I say? Please don't kill me for butchering your name. Leituren? Am I correct? Please tell me how to read your username. No butchering. Bibi? I was roughly right. Thank you so much for the sub. I'm also busy. Sasa, thank you for dropping by anyway. I'd rather have your sub badge. It's gonna be cuter than the founders one. Right? Guys, you know, I haven't even uploaded the badges yet. I just got it like an hour ago. Like, I just got it before streaming. I was like, ooh, what? Sasa! Thank you so much for the gifted subs. You gave 5? Dang! Arigato! Thank you so much! Aw, thank you! Anon, thank you so much for the gifted subs! You guys! I just got this today! The goal is that... Thank you so much! Yippee! Does that mean I get to upload more emotes? I can know doggo, like, thank you. It's a very important emote, don't you know? Wait here. I can show it in high resolution-ish. It's this one. Ta-da! I love how it's tiny and can't see it, but really? I'm in dire need of a head pat emote. I do have one. I have my old head pat emote. Wait here. Let's see. I could upload it. That's this one. Wait. My head pat emote is this one. Ta-da! Should I upload it? I didn't think anyone would sub me yet, so I haven't uploaded anything yet. Just like a few. We need a rage bait? Yeah, I don't know why you would need that. I don't know why you would need that. Honestly. There's no rage baiting occurs here, so... You definitely... I uploaded a few. And then I thought I would ask you guys what emotes you would like to see before I use up all the slots. Because what if I can't undo them? But we need... Gonna leave you on while I clean. Hi! Happy cleaning! I should clean everything. Guys, I have... This is the end. I'm on 2%. People have a good lecture. Thank you for staying for 10%. Leave the last 2% if you need to call 911 or something. See you later. You can change them out anytime. They just have to go through approval. Oh. What if I fuck up and we get stuck with a doggo Among Us emote? Do you know a fun fact? Did you know I've never played Among Us ever in my life? I told Alia and she had the most shocked face ever, so did Ray. So I don't even know. Same. Right. Right. Say what? Yeah, not even once. Not even once. I've never played it before in my life. Be back soon when you're still streaming. You think I'm still gonna be streaming? What kind of streamer do you think? Yes, I will still be streaming probably. See you later. Man, okay. So, guys, I actually have a confession to make. Because I'm reminded when Salsa said she's gonna clean. Currently, I'm streaming in my PC room, right? And I had it like soundproofed around July last year. And, well, I've never cleaned it since. So I still have acoustic panels on the floor that I'm supposed to put up on the wall. And I've never... And like the glue, they gave me glue to glue the panel onto the wall or something. It's still in the bottle, I think. And I think I should clean my room someday. You know? How solid is that glue? It's the most bootleg glue ever because they left it in like a used water bottle. As long as I remember not to drink it, it should be fine. It's probably fine. I think. Yeah, they put it in a used water bottle, like a bottled mineral water bottle. Yeah, that. I'm no surprise considering the state of... It was just one shirt with holes. My current shirt is fine. I'll have you know. That sounds like an accident. Actually, yeah, I should really... The bottle, they didn't even close it. Wait. They didn't even cap the bottle. So the glue can spill out like all the time. Good morning, Mage. Mage, did you know I got affiliate today? There was like a train and everything. What was it called? A hype train and everything. Did you see? I don't understand anything, but I'm so excited about everything. Ta-da! Congrats on the sub button. Thank you! Your room, your please. God, this puppy is trying fridge. Yes. I understand why you got this a bong this early in the day. I woke up too late to be a part. It's okay. It's okay. The train comes back, right, guys? I assume it's not a once in a lifetime train. Me. Okay, wait. Let me find the bottle of glue. Whoa. Is it fine? Is it probably fine? It's fine! I think. They put a bit of wood on top. I think. Do you wanna see? Don't eat the gluten. Okay, I can at least tell what's edible and not, guys. I at least know what's edible and what's not, as far as I remember. Let us cry in this corner. Wait, here. I will take a picture of said bottle. There's a cooldown on it on Sabah. Oh, I didn't know. Thank you for always teaching me interesting Twitch things. Okay. Ooh, the bottle is... guys. Okay. The bottle is in an interesting state. Oh, no, it is capped. Never mind, I take it back. It has a bottle cap. There's just wood stuck on it. Hi, Kanna. Hi, Gary Mon, did you know? I'm gonna repeat this every time someone comes in and says hi. Did you know? I think I got affiliate today. And I got a hype train. Clappy. Okay. I will show you said bottle. Hi, Kanna. Hi, NFS. Did you know? Did you know that I got affiliate today? Yummy. Didn't know that Kanna also had a Twitch account. Hi. My Twitch account is old, but I just started streaming regularly last week. Yeah. This is the Doggo Learns Twitch. That's every stream right now. Hi, Kanna. Hi, yo mama, did you know that I got Twitch affiliate today? Did you know that you can now subscribe to my channel? Yippee! Hi, Kanna. Hi, Duma, did you... This is 5 hours later. Hi, everyone! Okay? Wait, I am sending the picture through my mind and my phone to my Discord so that I can save it and share these. Did you know? That's not my channel. Wait. What is Discord? Boop, 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 boop. How I found out Kanna got affiliate. Got hit with an ad. There are ads? How do I have ads? I didn't touch anything. You should record that line and use it as a subber line. Right? And every time someone says, did you know? Boop, 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 boop. Ay, boop, boop, boop. How? Whoa. Gameon! You're gonna see there's 2 notifications. That's the first one. This is the second one. Yippee! Thank you so much for subscribing. Beep, 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 beep. Wow. Yep. Now that you're a monetized creator, your stream will have ads. Oh, that's automatic? I don't do anything and ads appear? Dang. I love how I'm like, huh. Did you know that monetized streamers have ads? If you don't set up your monetization settings and ad settings, it gives you pre-rolls when someone joins. Huh. Did you people who have not subscribed will be required to... Oh. Huh. I'm sorry. It's not under my control. It might be, but I'm just dumb. I don't know how to set it up. Thank you. You can set your ads to different timings and next. Wow, so complicated. Here, I got the photo of the bottle. I am visually determining. I think it is safe to post. Yes. Okay. This is the glue that's been in the room for 8 months. I should probably do something with it. I think they left it here for a reason. But I genuinely do not know what I'm supposed to do with it. Whoa! You know, notice how I forgot to adjust the size. Wait a minute. Wait, how do I do this? I'm gonna disappear. Bender! Wait, you can't see me. Bender! Thank you so much for subscribing. Did you know? Did you know that today is my very first day being a Twitch affiliate? Evie! Thank you so much for the sub. Tada! This is the glue that they left. This is the glue that they left on the floor in my PC room. I honestly don't know what I'm supposed to glue. You know. Those ads have become so constant. Oh! That's not a glue. I don't know why they left it here. As glue, I thought it was something else. I don't know. I also don't know why they have wood stuck to it. Is it one of those things? What is it called in Indonesian? Lem fox? What is that? I mean, what's the color of glue usually? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Lem fox. Is it? Cause honestly, I don't know if I should throw it away or like what. That looks like something you find behind the convenience store. Are you sure that's not some? Actually, the color is similar to the marinade. They're all a questionable brown color, you know? Taru, hi, welcome. Did you know? Did not even say hi. Did you know that I got Twitch affiliate today? Clappy. Please throw it up for my sanity. Oh. But what if I need it for something? That's a bottle of glue. It's a bottle. I think they left it here for me to use. You know, the construction workers. I think I'm supposed to put up the acoustic panels with the glue. But I don't know how to put up the panels because they're huge. Kanna speedrun to concern. I swear. Get new glue. It's 8 months old and has been crying for different months. Wait, does glue have an expiration date? I mean, they're not food. They should be fine. No? I mean, okay, to be fair, if I remember correctly, the wood wasn't originally stuck to it. But it was like on the floor and I was like, I don't want to leave that on my floor. So then I put it on the cap and now it's been stuck there ever since. I think the cap has glue on it. You know? That bottle, maybe it has virus and Resident Evil. Like causing an outbreak. Bum bum. Can you even open the bottle? Hi, kitty. Doctor, hi. Did you know? Did you know that I got Twitch affiliate today? Yippee! Like, you're gonna be so sick of me saying that. Did you know? Okay, I'll try opening it, right? It dries out and starts breaking down structurally. It has structure. Okay. Should I try opening it? What if my hands get stuck? What if my hand... Will my hand get stuck to the bottle? Real question. Should I wear gloves? Is this safe? I won't mind, you won't. Doggo with the most gorgeous hair. Thank you. I shampooed right before I streamed. Thank you for noticing. Don't lick it. Ready for that? Okay, I'm opening it. You know, I'm just gonna prove to you there's no such thing as... It's not a spit bottle. Probably. I don't know what the contractors are doing. Huh. Do you hear that? The wood is fully stuck. Yeah, I'm gonna grab a tissue. Ow! Note to self. Dried glue, sharp. Dried glue on plastic bottle, sharp. Whoa! On the other side, it has like, it looks like it's bubbling. It's probably fine. Right? Huh. Does it, when it dries, does the glue bubble? Is that the thing? Did you know that glue dries very solid? What if I just cut the bottle open? You know? Wait, here. But if I take a picture of the lid, you're gonna be even more concerned. I will show you the lid, but do not tell me that I'm trying to rage bait you, because I also haven't seen this in 8 months, okay? It was like down there, it's hidden away. Wait here. Oh no. Do you think I should get new glue? But I don't know what glue that was. Girl. Wait here. Okay. I used tissue, so clearly I was sanitary. Beep, 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 beep. Okay. Save image. Okay. Change image. There. That's what the cap looks like. You think I should throw it away? Is it just Lem Fox, you think? To be fair, I also didn't see. It was like, it was in a corner. Throw it. But the bubbly part is like solidified. I think. I don't know how does glue bubble again? Please throw it away. But like, what if I need it for the panel thingy? Did you see here? What if I need it for the panel thingy that I haven't put up yet? I feel like I'm watching my actual dog trying to eat something they shouldn't be eating, and I can't. I'm not trying to eat the glue. Man. Oh, if you put it upside down, does the glue slide or does it stay upright? You know what? That's a very good question. Buy new glue la. Okay, wait. Okay, now I want to know. Make your guesses, guys. Do you think it's gonna flow? Or do you think it's gonna stay exactly where it is? Put it on throne. You're gonna make me put glue on my throne? There, pole. I can make poles here too. Is it a slash command? Pole. Then what do I do? Oh, question. Will the 8-month-old glue flow or stay? Okay. Flow. That thing is dry AF. Oh, well, not dry. Solid. There we go. Duration, 3 minutes. There. Is that how I did it? It's gonna stay. Ah, wait. I've always been wondering, do I say Zane Koji or Zane Koji? Is either of them wrong or right? Thank you so much for the gifted subs! Whoa, you gave 5. My god, thank you so much! Really appreciate it! Wee! Wow! Zane, both are fine. Okay! Thank you so much, Zane! It's gonna stay like blackjack, I swear. I swear, that thing is on. Okay, 1 person, 2 people, at least 2 people believe it's gonna flow. What? Okay, because technically the lid is glued shut, right? Technically, the lid is glued shut. I love how I'm looking at it and even I don't know. Okay. Well... Okay. 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 Ew, okay. Okay. Drum roll, please. Am I supposed... I could... Oh, man. If I had a hand cam, I could just do this live. One day when I have a hand cam. Should I just keep it until I have a hand cam? Thoughts? I should start saving up. Because then you guys can see it in real... Did you bonk me? No. But then you can see it. With your eyes. You know? Got They want that glue out of here? Well, just a reminder of what the bottle looks like, okay? That's what the bottle looks like. Well, the cap at least. This is what the rest of it looks like. Wait. Uh-huh. Okay, are you Okay. What if I turn it upside down and it's actually flowing and then it flows everywhere? What if I die? Wait. You know what? I'm just gonna... What is that? It's glue. It's glue. But what if I need it? Okay. You know what? Maybe I do have a problem. Someone called me a hoarder and I actually, like, what if I am the problem? Okay. I'm gonna put a tissue over the cap. Well, the wood on the cap, because the wood is stuck there, and turn it upside down. I'm concerned after this long conversation you have a leak emote. It's I forgot why I have that. But isn't it cute? That bottle's gonna stay there like the picture of the pile of guys. Okay, I'll turn it upside down and I'll take a picture. Wait for it. I'm gonna do it on the floor because what if it gets everywhere? It's me holding out hope that the thing is still flowing. If it flows, that means I don't have to buy a new one, right? Thoughts? If it still flows, does that mean... Please put paper or something below it. You're so smart. You know what? And has anyone ever told you how smart you are? What if I have nothing? I know I'm not trying to rage, baby. I get that a lot for rage. Oh my god. Okay, wait. It's closed. You're so smart. Okay, so I just YOLO with the tissue. Because I don't have paper. And I don't think putting my mug under it will be safe for me to use the mug afterwards. Okay. I'm committing. I'm under my desk. I'm committing. Okay. I am under... Why did I go up? Wow. My model is fucked up. When I stand up, it goes down. When I go down, it goes up. What the freak? Excuse me. Dang. Why is my model being stupid? Look it. How did you set your priority? God knows. Honestly, God knows. I don't know. Okay. I need to... Okay. Wait. Wait a minute. 3, 2. What do I rest this against so I can take a picture? My floor. Okay. 1, 2. Why did it go up? Are you dumb? Stop it. Okay? Stop tracking me when I'm down here. Jesus. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Holy crap! Okay, wait. Takes picture. Okay, no, I should... Yep. Ooh. Okay. I have the results. I have the results. Ladies and gentlemen. Whoa. Wait, I'm sending it to myself. I see. If it's shield shot, it's probably okay. Does that mean I don't have to throw it out, you mean? What is this thing? I'm 50% sure that it's glue. Okay. Dun 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 dun! Ta-da! Apparently. Well, first of all, it was very thick and sloshy. I am 50% sure it should have been a little more liquid. It's like a pretty thick sort of a thing. But hey, it didn't leak because the lid was closed shut. I thought that was way worse than I thought it would be. How could it be worse? Everyone is like that. Okay. Well, the good news is it's sealed shut. Nothing leaked onto my floor. So the good thing is whatever is in there is in there. You know, humanity is safe. Thank you for following. Beep boop. Okay. Okay, so genuine thoughts. Do I need to get a new one? Do I have to first figure out what it's for? Cause like, yes. To which question? Now try to put in a straw and blow it and maybe you can make a bubble out of it. What if I accidentally suck it in and choke? The lid did the job none of us could do, thank the lid. Is it from 8 months ago? Yes. Yes. That's what I'm saying. I should like... You know what? Get a new one, they have better lids. You're so smart. Cause like, okay. The people who did my soundproofing thingamajig, they gave me sound acoustic panels, right? And I haven't put them up because they're big. They're literally like... They're almost my height. I mean, they're pretty tall and I don't know how to hold them up and put them to the wall. And I'm afraid if I just start nailing things, I might make a hole in places where there aren't supposed to be holes. If anyone needed that, they would probably already bought the new glue. You're so smart. Please just throw that away. I mean, there will be vapor. There's gonna be vapor? Glue emits vapor? Excuse me? As a panel wallpaper. Ah, maybe. Maybe you are correct. Huh. The glue exists just to rot at this point. Honestly, if I'm just looking at the picture, what if I thought it was just like, you know what that is, like brown sugar syrup? I mean, if it was in a better bottle. I swear I won't drink it. Promise and swear I will not drink it. There is a special glue you need for the foam. Ah, so the glue doesn't eat through. Oh my god, you're so smart. Glue fumes are extremely dangerous. They are? They are? Is it just like is it just like the fumes of gasoline? Car fuel? Where it's like, it makes you dizzy, but somehow you kind of want to smell it a little. And then I was told not to. Is that it? Glue fume is toxic. Oh. You can die? Dang. I wonder if I can use that as an exfoliating mask. See guys, I'm not the rage baiter. This is why I want you to throw it away. Are you familiar with the term ngalem? You mean when you want to glue stuff with glue? Ngalem? Gas isn't that bad. It's just very flammable. Are glue fumes flammable? The act of sniffing glue to get high. People sniff glue to get high? Is it because they can't afford any other way to get high? Thoughts? Glue is just toxic. Oh. Well then, pretty much. Yes. Man. But glue is everywhere. What if people just buy glue to do that though? What if this was the glue? Never mind. No, I'm pretty sure my contractors knew that what they were doing. Oh my god, Pharaoh liked my tweet. I think Pharaoh is awake. Do you think he would be concerned if he saw my glue? Honestly, he shouldn't see it. I should hide it. Give me a sec. Remember, act natural. Act natural. What he don't know won't hurt him. Okay, guys? We pretend we saw... Exactly. Do you see? Everyone... I swear, though. I know things. I know not to sniff it. A vein would probably pop. It's your contractor's new, but I'm not sure if you have such little trust in me. I miss getting a first batch. Pharaoh! Good morning. Isn't it like still 2 or 3 a.m.? Why are you awake? Man, did you know that people... Pharaoh, did you know that I got affiliate today? And then people went whoosh, 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 and people subbed so fast, and there was a badge, a founder's badge, and there was a train called a hype train, and then you get an emote, and then you get a chest. Did you know? Boop, 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 boop. I tried to get you a first badge. I was late by 1, so you can get other people the badge by subbing for them. Oh. But did you know it's gonna be... Wait for dog partner for another... Zane! Zane, did you know? Did you know that I got affiliate today? Is there a difference between this badge and a partner badge? Do you think Pharaoh saw everything? No, he didn't. No, he doesn't know yet. He doesn't know yet. It's okay, it's fine. He just woke up, guys. Founder's badge is the goal for mods. Oh. Guys, can I saw Discord, Twitter, and the big badge on Twitch. So what? Nothing. Anyway, how was your rest, Pharaoh? Did you rest well? Did you know that I've done nothing today? I was just commenting on how I should clean my room. Pharaoh saw a picture of my desk and he said it wasn't dirty. So that's a good... I'm going back to bed. Pharaoh, are you leaving me? Bloop, 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 bloop. Looks like follower Connor is dead. He got blocked more than I did. Can someone follow and test the follower goal? I don't know how to set that up. For anyone without founders, you can sub now and get founders badge when Kanna hits partner. Huh? How does that work? Huh? For anyone when you can sub now. My English is not somewhat unfollowed to check. And then follow again. Okay, don't forget to follow again. Hello. You unlock more founders with a partner. Oh. Okay, wait. So does that mean the sub counts like... Whoa, what is that? What's that thing? Jimmy, hi, welcome. There's a limit. Okay, wait. So the founder's badge still applies to the first 25? It's not the next 15 people who sub after I get partner? Is that correct? Ah. bits are like a super chat. Thank you for the bits, Jimmy. Did you know that's probably my first bit thingamajiggy ever? Thank you so much. I still don't know where the alert is coming from because I haven't set them. And you can see the one I set versus the one that I don't know where it's coming from. As long as the sub is maintained until you get partnered, they're assigned an order of sub. Oh, knowledge. A lot of first times for you today. It is a lot of firsts for me today. First time chat is bits. What a giga chat. Yeah! Because I just got it. Everyone was teaching me about how it works around here. Yeah! Thank you. Does that mean I have over 25 subs? That's crazy. Me and you guys. You guys are all so nice to me. I'll even throw out the glue for you. As... What is that? My first day of affiliate pledge. I will throw out the glue eventually. Clappy! Yay! Will you... I love how you have such little trust in me. Eventually. I'll throw it out. I don't have a trash can in here. I should get a trash can in here. The room is like basically still empty is what I'm trying to say. I should do something with this room. She did the gig and you done. What if I throw it out right at this moment? Do you have like no furniture? Okay. This room has a desk, a drawer. My PC is on the drawer. Whoa! Typical payment issues. Have me a second. Vivo, isn't your phone dead? Thank you for the bits. Thank you so much. Okay. Where was I? I have a carpet that... The carpet covers a quarter of my floor. I have the acoustic panels. That's it. That's all I have in here. I have my chair that I'm sitting on. The walls are white. The lights are bright. And I just have stuff. I have the stuff like the bag that Jimmy gave me. Was it Jimmy? I think it was Jimmy. I have the stuff that you like people send me, you know? Like my elephant pants, those aren't furniture. That's the only furniture I have, never mind. The silk purse, yeah! I have that here, it's always next to me. And I have the Pokemon cards that someone sent me. I have dream catchers that someone sent me. Basically, all the stuff that's in here are things just people send me. And I have the things that people buy, like people give me on Throne. Like the thing that looks like a taiyaki, but it's actually a pencil case. I have that in here too. Hehe. I'm on laptop now. Class ended. Phone died. Couldn't record attendance online. If you can't record your attendance, are you even there? But no, you're there for knowledge. You're not there for the attendance. You are there for the knowledge. Please remember who sent you what gifts. I remember. I actually do remember. Like, for example, Chris sent me the Pokemon cards. And then I think Kiv sent me t-shirts. Chris also sent me a shirt. Jimmy and Akane brought lots of stuff from Thailand. Ah, and I was using the elephant pants the other day that they gave. Kiv gave me the taiyaki thing. And then I have the plate. I have the portable exhaust. I have everything in here, but I don't have furniture. Honestly, I should get a shelf to put everything in, right? They're all... If anything, I'm sorry, they're all on my floor because I don't have shelves. But they're all on my carpet and they're fine. I just need storage. Probably. I just need storage. I don't have anything in here. And me. Here. You know what? Here. I will throw away the glue right now. I'll throw away the glue right now so that no one can doubt me anymore that I'm rage baiting when I'm not. This is step 1 of not becoming a hoarder. Just put shelves on throne. Everything is on throne. Like, my throne is gonna end up with being like things to keep Kanna alive, you know. Glue. We've been with each other for a while. You had an 8-month relationship where you're always there for me, even when I'm not here. I honestly think that you could be packaged better. But I appreciate all that you've done for me. Well, you've existed as the idea of something might be done with you, but really it's time to go. It does look kind of sus. It does look like a bottle you'd find at, you know, a parking lot somewhere. I'm gonna throw you out. Also, I don't have a trash can in here. I have to leave. I have to leave the room. It's so dramatic because, like, honest, I don't have a trash can. I should also buy a trash can. Thank you. Kind of letting something go sound so poetic. I try to be dramatic as I can in my life. Okay, wait. I'm gonna throw it out. Goodbye, glue. It was a lovely moment together. I hope you're in a better place. Well, no, you'll be in the trash, but you know. It's okay. Goodbye. It was just a guy. I'm back. The glue is gone. The song is How Could You Do This to Me? I understand there was concerns. I even washed my hand. You're about to reenact the Shakespeare. Don't take the glue. Riku, don't read my mind. I mean, why do you have such unfounded concerns about me? I would never. I would never. Good girl. Thank you. Don't I deserve a head pat, you guys? Don't I deserve a head pat? Should I upload the head pat emoji at this moment so you can use it to head pat me? Did you see that I totally have what is it called? Ulterior intentions. That's what it's called, right? Ulterior intentions. How do I upload emotes again? Creator dashboard. Ulterior motives. Ulterior intentions. Yes, those. One of those, you know? Do you think I have ulterior thingamajiggies? Okay. I head pat. Upload. See. I don't know. Okay, there's so many slots. I don't know what the difference is. Bloop, 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 bloop. To the city. Looking out the window. Let me see. Boop, 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 boop. Emotes. Head pat. Important. Emote. Head pat. Where are you? I swear to God, I should wear glasses one of these days. There we go. Yeah. Emote name. Kanna pat? Head pat pat. Kanna pat pat. There you go. Thoughts. Where did I upload that to? Should it be here? Oh, wait. I can't move it. Eh. Yeah. Ugh. What did I do? Is it there? Uh-huh. I think I did it. Yeah. Is it there? Did it work? Do I need to refresh? You see how my brain works so slow? How do I make sure that it's there? There you go. Smart dog. Have you set up? Hydrate. Hi. I will hydrate. Thank you very much for the reminder. I have protein water, the funny strawberry one. Do I get head pats? Wait. Wait. For head pats, I must be closer. Please head pat me, thank you. Please head pat. Yippee! My day is made. That's it. That's it. I am a happy doggo today. Hello. Hello. Did you know? Hello. Did you know that today I got Twitch affiliate? And look, now we have emotes. Yippee! I don't think I've ever heard of protein water. Me too. I was trying to get protein for Michi. And I searched protein in like an online store, and what appeared wasn't the protein shake, but protein water. So it says 16 grams of protein in this bottle of water with no sugar. That, and I ran out of water. This is all I had. Yee. It tastes funny though. The honey lemon one is better. Okay. 7TV. I don't know how to set up 7TV. Do I upload emotes there too? What's the difference between that and Twitch? Is it the limit? Okay. Calories. Per bottle is 80 calories. So roughly 1.5 eggs. I love how the only measurement of calories that I know is how many eggs. 7TV is more for silly emotes. Ah. Okay. I'll do that. I'm learning a lot today. Is it where I should put the rage bait emote? Even though no one might get the chance to use it though. You still haven't bought me water gallon? I should've. I'm out. Someone bought me water gallon the other day. I forgot. Browse the 7TV website and see which emotes you like and add. Oh! Can I do that now? Oh, okay. Rage bait emote for Kanna should be the airhead cat. But I'm not an airhead. Did you bonk me? Okay, what are good emotes to add? Okay. Because you know when you go to 7TV.app and there's like things in front, the one at the very top is just Giga Chad. Hi and bye. Is that the name of an emote or are you leaving? Are there any other... Why do they all look funny? They're emo. Do you see how my brain works in real time? Hi. Okay. Hi. Did you know that I searched them in the same one? Okay. Thoughts. Okay. Wait a minute. What if? What if? Meow 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 meow. Can I just... Let's see if I can do this. What if we just choose them together? Did you see that? My problem is because I'm indecisive. Did you know that I'm indecisive? I can never decide things because I have a problem. I don't know why I'm like this though. Hi. Smart. Yes. Smart is the word. This isn't the one I'm supposed to open. Wait a minute. Where is the 7TV? Oh, here it is. Beep boop. Beep boop. Okay. Oh, it's not browser capture. It's window capture. Yes. Let's see. Boop boop. You're gonna see me do this real slow. Why? Because slow brain. Mm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm. Okay. How do I fit to screen? You're gonna see pro streamer moves right here. Can someone teach me how to be a pro streamer? Honestly. Man. Okay. Maybe this is too big. Thoughts. Okay. Beep boop. What did I do? Okay. Now I put window under me. Correct? Correct? I love how you probably don't know what I'm talking about, but I keep yapping nonstop and hope that you understand me. Cause like, if I don't describe what I'm doing, you don't know what I'm doing. You know? But you still don't know what I'm doing anyway. Okay. Okay. What if they're just here? You know what? This is the best we can do. Yep. Okay. Here. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, sure, this one. Wow, all that for practically nothing. There. Let's choose. Wait. Okay. Now yours. I know. Do you know how hard that was? That was pretty hard. Let's go. This is the high. Ooh. What's this one? Okay. Hola. How about cat? Huh. Huh. This one. My throat ain't having it, my teacher. Hi, see you. Thank you for dropping by. Have a good rest. I hope your throat feels better. My throat is also kind of feeling it lately. Drink warm water. Hi. I think the white cat is the normal one. Need that one. This one? Add 2. General. I don't know what that is. Tada! Does that mean it instantly works after I do that? Is that how it works? No. Oh, do you have to reload it? Derp. Here. Emotes. Refresh. Does this work? Try. We need to refresh you. NFS, you know so much. You're so smart. Did anyone tell you you're so smart? Did it not work? Honestly, I can't see because I'm blind. Did it work? Did it not? Did you enable the default set? Yes? No? Yes? Okay, wait. I don't think it did. Let me see. Boop, boop, boop. Settings. Is this safe to display? Wait. Editor. No. Emotes. Default set. Meep meep? Beep beep? Guys. I don't know how to... Is it in the upload one? It's okay, it's working. You lied to me. You lied to me. I feel lied to. There. Does that mean we can do buy now? I don't know how to have shop. He's so smart and helpful, he should be a mod. Is this the bye-bye? Oh. What? The cat is sobbing. Okay, which bye do we like? Do we go for what looks like a hamster? Do we go for sad cat? Do you go for other sad cat? There's a lot of sad cats. Bye. With triple E's. Does that matter? Huh. Your choice. Man, did you guys know that I am absolutely terrible at making choices? Maybe this one. Wow. Do you see my internet speed? The speed of light. Any second now. Any second now. It's gonna be there. It's gonna load. Any moment. Why is my stream fine but this one not fine? Okay, this one. Or what if I don't choose this one at all? What is my internet speed? Hello? It's not just your internet, 70 website, it's also trash. Lamal, okay. Okay. Sure. What if I add multiple buys? Is that gonna matter? What's this one? Or the sad buy? Or this buy? Or that buy? Or this buy? What if I just add them all? Do you have to refresh it first? Am I the only one who can refresh it? Is that it? Boop boop. The cactopus. Bye. Does it work? It doesn't. Does it? Does it? How do you know? Did you know that I can't even see my screen? FYI, wait. Yep. Did you know that I did not wear my glasses today? Because I never do, and I have a problem. Whenever you'll see the emotes in chat, oh, you're so smart. Did you know that you're so smart? It works for you. You know what? That's all that matters. If it works for you, who needs me anyway? Okay, wait then. Okay, next one. Boop, boop. To use Chatterino. Ooh, what's Chatterino? What's Chatterino? Should I Google it? Should I search it here? If that's a no, that... So much to learn. Teach me your ways, oh wise ones. Teach me, for I know not what is going on. What do I know, really? Man. Sweet summer jam. I thought OBS had built-in 7CV. Is it a problem if I haven't updated OBS? I mean, it's probably fine. Okay. What if I just search rage bait? Updating things is a double-edged sword. I know. I don't think there's any good ones. What is that? Is that just a barking dog? It has rankers, but you need the something plugin or a specific widget. Oh. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Let's see. Unless 70 was added in... Oh, maybe. Maybe. Okay. 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 Mean. I have to step away, suddenly I'm subbed. Yeah, it was from Zane. I'm probably remembering it. Blip, 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 blip. Remembering it wrong then. You never know. You never know. Let me see. What's this one? Is that just an angry cat? Okay, nothing speaks to me but this face. This face. We'll just add it for now. I mean, let's do that. For now, we shall do that. Either that or the... Is this rage bait? Is there a version of that without the Santa hat? Thoughts? Rage bait cat. It's near the top. It is? It is! Did you know that I'm blind? There. Boop boop. We noticed. You mean, okay, did you notice it or did you notice my blindness? I don't know what to add, but they're also funny looking. Is there a limit to this? The girl not wearing her glasses is blind. Wait. A second-hand rage bait that Michi has you saying thoughts all the time. I mean, because... You're so right. It's like 1,000. Limit is pretty... Whoa. No, honestly though, guys. I don't understand how you spend so many, like, probably what is hundreds of hours with Michi and not get affected. Not get affected. My speech pattern is altered immediately. I don't know what this cat is doing, but I like it. So we're going there. It says they're not... True. Oh my god, it's a cat kiss. There's also cat jam. There's Rat Jam. Pet the mods. Do we need to pet the mods? Pet the mods. Yippee. I don't know when it's gonna be used, but we pet the mods. Look, it's a dancing rabbit. Animal. Is there an old jam? Wait. Old jam. Which one? Is it this one? What is that? Is that just grandma's jamming? It's like watching a kid's first time in a candy store. Okay, I don't know what this is. I'll just add it. EB. Or is it this one? They're all old jam. Dang. Yippee! Wait, do I just press top? Should make a version where it's fair. Yes. Oh my god, it's Tom and Jerry. What if I just end up with 1,000 today? What if I just end up with 1,000 today? Would that happen? Would that happen? Do you want the moving one or do you want the... You can't see it. Here, wait. You really can't see. Okay. One is not moving, one is moving. That's okay. Rage bait. Me. I'm stupid. Do you want the laughing one? Do you want the okay, do you want the wiggling one or do you want the non-wiggling one? Moving is funnier. Do you want the fast move or the slow move? This one, I guess. Okay. This one or this one? None. Wow. So many thoughts. They have different implications. Is it this one? I think you may have said this one to this one. Okay. And well, what if I add both the non-moving and moving? Which one will get triggered? Thoughts? Thoughts? Hello? Why am I saying thoughts? I really need to... I'm meeting Michi for gym tonight. Pray for me. Imos gamba. What about the cat? But what about the cat? You gotta rename one. But look, it's a cat. It's a cat. Look at it. No, I can't add it. Conflicting name. You're so right. You are so right. Goodbye, cat. I keep going back and all the thing that appears is just this one. Beep beep. Top. Trending. Top. Oh. There we go. Oh, I did add this one. Neepy. Why is this so entertaining to me? You can change the old gem emote name to Pharaoh. I could. But what if he disowns me? We need no... what is that? Why is there so many of them? Do you need the one that's moving or not moving? The first one, second one, or the third one? Not moving. Add emote. Yes, this is a legitimate content for stream today. It's sniffing! Okay. How do I change emote names? Okay. What's... Oh. Look, it's a cat! Okay. Sniff. Can we have stare? Yeah. Which one? They all look silly. Anichi, did anyone ever tell you really got awesome sense of music? I do. Thank you. The background music is exactly my afternoon office vibe. We chilling today. I mean, it started with Earth, Wind, and Fire. A sexy one, even. Wow, which stares into your soul? Okay, guys. I have to be honest, and they all start looking slightly the same. Do you want one that has mild disappointment? Or do you want one that's like disgusted? Do you want... Up to you to be honest. Thoughts. Okay. If I have to date a girl in my please, these songs are my choice. Whoa! I approve. I feel like in general, me and the girlies, I feel like have somewhat different taste in music a little bit. Because I know like me and Ray have different taste in music. And I feel like Muna's very like rock. You haven't had a moment where we really like sit down and listen to music a lot though. So I don't know whose taste I match with the most, you know? It's not funny how right you are. No, like, cause like if even at the bakery before, if I play like a playlist, you would tell if it's like my playlist or Ray's playlist because it's so different. Okay, wait. That one or Look at the nose. Look at the nose. This one. Okay, we need that works. Which one? Oh, thinking. I still remember my dad actually turns these on every day when I grow up. That's true. When I was younger, when I was still in school, once I think it was like my birthday. Maybe I was in high school. Yeah, maybe I was in high school. My dad for my birthday took me out, and we went. And this was like my first time ever. My dad took me like to a lounge at like a hotel around. It was pretty far from where I live. Yumi? Posture. You're so right. I was crossing my legs again. Thank you for the reminder. I'm gonna stretch my legs. Posture. Okay. Yeah, he took me to like a lounge at a hotel for my birthday. And it was like, oh, first of all, we're not exactly that well off, right? So we only got there and we only ordered like chicken wings. Because, you know, I feel like when I saw the other tables, they're all like dressed up and they're all like eating and drinking and whatever. And we just bought chicken wings, literally. But we sat there and we listened to like, I think that night there was like a jazz a cappella group thingamajig. Yeah, so I listened to that. It was like the very first time in my life, and I loved it so much. Yeah. So I really like I like a lot of the music that my dad listens to. I think. Okay, so which are we doing? Why did they all look mildly concerned? Okay, wait. The ugly cat. You're saying that as if they're not all cats. Literally like cat, well, dog, cat, 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 cat. Top, middle. This one. Are we down? Did you know that beauty is in the eye of the beholder? I do not know which one is the ugly one. They're all beautiful to me. That's ugly though. Sorry. Yep. Wait, I need to see it again. Sorry, I look at. Okay, Riz and I can't. Got it. Oh, brother. Okay. Which do you want? Yep, because that's what I think of. That's Shrek. Yeah, okay. I mean, yep. Are we good with Shrek? Is this the Riz that you want? I can't. Moving or not moving? Or do we want this guy? Not the one I want, but the one I needed, not moving. Okay. My wrist. I love how I can't see it, but I can imagine it. Can we have buh? What's that? Is it the cat? Is it the cat? Man. Cat. Is it the one that goes like a this? Or is it the one that where it kind of opens? It's fast or slow? That's what I'm asking. Can we see the top left? You know what? That would be a smart thing to do, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? Wait, thoughts. How do I move? Tada! This would have been better in the first place, huh? There you go. There. Is this better? Yeah. Top left. Okay. Dunsies. That Twitch emoji reminds me of yummy art. What is that? I wish I could see. Why is everyone able to see it but me? Am I the problem? Yes. What does it mean though? I think you'll like, what is that? Copy. Me trying to decide which one. He. Because why not? I think it's like when you see something you didn't expect and your reaction is, oh. It wouldn't have exploded. It would have been fine. Man, that water tastes funny. You don't have browser add-on or Chatterino for chat. So, someone asked, what is Chatterino again? I did add the browser. I have a feeling that I might have to restart OBS or something for it to like work. That's my prejudice though, because my solution when things don't work is to turn it off and turn it on again. Kanna, why is your router standing like that? Chatterino is a third-party app for Twitch chat. Oh. For me or for you? Thoughts. Wait, for evil. Boop boop boop. Hey. I would never. Oh, it's a dog. Look at this. Look at it. Man. Yeah, Momo, you disappoint me being Kanna's mom, not having all this. It's okay. It's okay. I still believe in you. Yeah, Momo, don't worry. It's only your second day. I mean, it's already your second day. Honestly, do better. I'm kidding. That's what Michi would say, but I'm not Michi, so I wouldn't say that to you. Would I? Would I? I give up, people leave. Wait, or evil. Okay. Do I need to add people leave? Thoughts? This one. Why not? Add emote. Okay. Aga. Okay, this might be a stupid question, but honestly, what the fuck is Aga? I swear to God, what the fuck is Aga? Why do you have your own vocabulary? My world... Which one? Is it the yellow round thingy? Or the cat? Or the blue? Or what looks like a gerbil? Bro. The first one? Okay. This one? Top left. Okay. I'm trusting my life to you. You realize that, right, chat? Can we get a rock emote? Love train. Which rock? This rock? She trusts us. Kanna not throwing the glue. Kanna will surely go. I'm sensing a pattern. I'm sensing a pattern. Can we get the no emote for yes? Excuse me? So is it a no or a yes? I'm sensing a pattern here, chat. I'm sensing a pattern. The second one. There. Can we get no for yes? Does that mean I need to name it yes? Or do I need to name it no for yes? What? Look at cat! It's more cat! Name it yes, it says no. How do I rename crap? Did you know that I don't know how to rename crap? Uh. Meow. 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 Please don't make this chat unreadable. You can rename it when you add. I can. All this time. All this time. Dies of cringe. Is that another thing? Yes, but please don't switch yes or no. You have such little trust in me. I totally wasn't gonna do it just because you told me to. Which one are we doing? Cat? What's this one? More cat? Can we have Pepe? Sure. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow. Which one of these, by the way? Dead cat first. Dies of... It's a very dramatic perish. Okay. Beep boop. Top left. Feel that beat. The boogie. All night. Sunrise. Look at Squidward. What's he? Look at cat. Pharaoh waking up at 4:38. I can imagine it. I wish there was the disappoint. Do you know the emoji, the Pepe emoji that Pharaoh uses all the time when he kind of looks at you with semi-disappointment and disgust? I kind of want that. I think that one. Is it here? Does it exist? Is it in real life? Let me... This one! He uses this all the time! It looks just like Michi! I swear to God! If this is how Michi looks, and like all the damn time. I swear it's that one. She always just looks at you like this. At the gym, in the car, wherever she just looks at me like this, you know? She literally, yeah, no, she is this face. I'm pretty sure she should get royalty from the person who's making money off this face. She is this face, honestly. Okay, what was it? XDX? Forgot that from Michi, yeah. Yeah. Thought so. Donkey? Which donkey? What was the one earlier? X D. I don't remember already. Sunrise. XDX and XDD. Correct. Just put the Michi emote and name it Donkey. Or vice versa. Wait, what was it? XDD? Here. It looks so ugly. Okay. Dare I ask which one, chat? Which one? Top left. You're all very top left. That's so ugly. That's so ugly. And they're ugly though. Look at that. That's the point. Cheese. Okay, what was the other one? XD something again. I forgot again. XDX. Yes. It's all so ugly. Can we get XD? What the? Okay. I assume this is topless, isn't it? Ugh, that's so terrible. Which XDX? I love how I just added top left. Without any... That's fine. He says. Okay. What the heck is this? Why is it moving? Why is it so ugly? There you go. That's it. Never say I don't love you. Never say I don't care for you. Now we're in business. Oh god. But you know what? Because I can't see it on my side, maybe that's a blessing. I can't see it. Did I add hee yet? Hehe. Do I want hee or do I want hehe? Your next stream will be a surprise. You mean it's gonna appear next stream? For sure, for sure. You know, like, because right now, all I see are like, I can only see, I think. Am I... I'm gonna die next time, aren't I? Will I regret giving you power? I'm gonna regret it, don't I? Dang. You can enable the custom emote display in OBS after you end stream. Huh. Or we can teach you about Chatterino next stream. Oh, right. That would be amazing. You can set it so that the emotes appear in chat. Huh. In chat on screen? Whoa. Technology. Technology. Boop boop. Oh. Am I covering the notification? Am I the problem? I am. Wait. A minute. What if I move and then I replay the thing? Do you know how silly I am? Yes. Well, no, you don't know. Oh. Boop boop. Here. I say here as there's nothing here. Wait. Let's see. How about I move and then I play the thing again. Ready? How do I play it? Nyaha. Thank you for following. That's it. Sekian, terima kasih. Going back. I love how... Shouldn't I just put the layer on top? You know, that would be the smart thing to do. But yet, here I am. You know, I'll fix it next stream. We'll just do it manually this time today. Yes? Because, yes. What if I refresh it? Would that work? Do you know my OBS looks like a train wreck? No, you don't. You don't deserve to see it. I feel bad, but you know what? It is what it is. Bruh. Okay, let's see. Here, let me try refreshing. See if it appears. Okay. Let's see, shall we? Okay, this one. Is it this one? Is it top left again? Or is it Mike Wazowski? Are we doing Mike Wazowski? Are we doing the frog? Or SpongeBob, I guess, if someone feels. Oh my god, cat! More cat! Or does it need to be all caps lock? It does, doesn't it? It's this one, isn't it? Why did I put that on all caps lock? What is that? Is that canon? Question mark? The low. Oh, this one. I don't know which one you meant. How was I supposed to know? Why would I don't know? Maybe you have your own personal taste. I don't know. Who am I to judge, really? This one. Addy mode. You know what? I just want you to know that you're in a safe space, you know? I wouldn't judge you. You know? No one here will most people will judge you, but that's okay. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Can we have Clappy? Oh yeah. Oh my god, they're adorable. This one is Slappy. Whoa. I'm trying to spot the difference. They're all starting to look the same. Top left. I'm sensing a pattern here. I'm sensing a pattern. That maybe you're all just top left. I hope you enjoy whatever it is you're seeing. Surely. What if I see it from my browser? I mean, surely that way it would work, right? Correct. Oh yeah, I do see it. People still know about top left. What's top left? Suggestion. Add your Mumu as your 7TV editor. Oh my god. I can add people? Is that what the editor thing is for? I can't even tell if Yamumu is thanking genuinely because or not because of the ugly XDD whatever. Just that's what editors are for. Oh. He's clearly very happy. Do you know that I may not realize things sometimes? What if you say something in sarcasm and I believe it? What if? Sometimes. Cause like the smile makes me think it's pure. But I don't know if that's true or not. Dang. Are we done? Is that it, chat? Are there any more? Do we need Giga Chad? What is Giga Chad? Hey. Cat Quiche. Oh my god, look, it's the rock. What the heck is... Oh, are you just missing? Couldn't we have just added from here? Looks like there's a lot. Can we have okay? Rock. Okay. Which okay? Dun, 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 dun. I don't know the lyrics. Top left, I assume. Can we add one? Of course we can! Does that mean I just searched their name? Scam offer? That sounds about right. Which one for Michi? Donkey, okay. What is donkey? X did it. This one? Michi Moch. Oh. Okay. Okay. Take a pick. Which one do you... Which one do you want? Suited? Short stream to rename it to Michi. What? Zoot it and rename it. How do I rename it? At 2. Did you know I just unlocked renaming? Is that it? You name it to XDX? What? Which one? Yes, okay. I trust. I trust. Which one do you want for Ali? Is there a keyword for Ali too? Whew. Whew. Ali crazy. This one? Atu. Ali. Like these? Crazy. Okay. Then I didn't have to rename it. You know, thoughts. Add emote. There you go. Is there a array? Does that mean when anyone? Uh-huh. Oh no, okay. What? Go piss, girl? There. Is it this one? Can we have Plink on 82? Okay. Man, which one did Ray have again? Cat? Glor? Pisker? Me. The text go piss girl. Okay. What font do we want? Like it matters. There. Let me guess. Top left. Array. But what if she appears and then every time we type her name, it's just this face? That's what makes it good. That's the point. Got it. There. Well, I mean... Can we have Perish as Muna? Perish? What? This one? We all know which one! Muna. It's so good though. It's so good though. I wonder if Richie has any. Man, Richie should just be. Oh, is there one for like... Test. Richie needs one. This Richie, where? Lowercase. How do I change the thing? How do I open the things that I already have? Thoughts. Hi, Reichi. Ah. Yeah, there you go. How do I rename it? Am I dumb? Yeah, huh. Did you see that technology? Hi, Bimo. Hi, Reichi. Okay, wait. See? Is it because I looked in my thing? Meow? Meow. Light stick. Which one do we want to do, guys? If you say top left, I would be so surprised. Can we have no help? What is no help? Top right? Okay. Woo! Okay. No help. Which blurp blurp is it? What is that? What is that? I'm just gonna add this here before I continue. Is there a ray? Yes, there is. Tada! Man. Kanna, try not to click. How is that sussy? That's sussy? It's jiggling. That's so weird. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Is that it? Did we do it? Did we successfully? Hehe. 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 Add ew. Let me guess. Top left. Yes. Glad. How do you read that? Is it glad? No. How do you read it then? I've always wondered how you read it. It's muted can be useful too. Okay. Let me see. Let's see. What's the diff? Why is this one? Why does this one have fire? This one does not. This one also has a thing. Not top left was what I meant. Oh. Which one was not top left? Glad is glad. What? Can we also add? Huh. I don't know which one this is, so we'll go that one. The ew. Not top left? This one then? Oh, every time I add an emote, there's a notification? Strange. Interesting. Oh, it's already there. Oh, what the heck is... If Aga is Aga, what is Ogo? The internet is a wondrous place. This one have better resolution. Ah, okay. Then I remove... Meow. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. Hydrate, you're so right. Do you know, I don't even know where the sound is coming from. I should get that sorted out. Thank you for the reminder. How did I get to... Oh. What was it again? Ew? What is that one? I swear there are sounds that I do not know. Beep boop? No, my head, my big ginormous head. There. I swear. I should fix that. Beep boop. Azula, thank you so much. How do I say it? Azulachi? Thank you so much for the sub. Welcome. Thank you for the support. Beep boop. Beep boop. Wait, you know what? I'm just gonna change the layer now before I forget. Actually, let me do that right now. There. It should just cover my face next time. Better. Okay, remove. Or does it take forever? Could it be? Do I have slow internet, maybe? Dang. It's already removed. It lied to me. This one. There. Get out. What if I just do that though? Yep, that did it. Boop, 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 boop. No way. Which one? This one just looks like a drunk cat. When in doubt, top left. Ma'am. Norway. Where? Is that Mike Wazowski? Beside Dr. Disrespect. I love how you... I don't know. Oh. Giga dead. There. What if Pharaoh wakes up and he finds that I did all these things and he said you really should do better. I'm like, that should be fine. Which one should we rename to Pharaoh? Was it Old Gem? Wait. If we're gonna rename it to Pharaoh. Do we want this one or do we want this one? Papa Pharaoh would be proud of you for doing stuff on your channel. I know. Pharaoh have a good one he loves. He does? Which one? Maybe add grandpa. Which one? This one. Chat made me do it just for the record. First one. This one. This one or the blushing one? The one you had. Okay. Pharaoh has an actual emote. Confirm. Hehe. Pharaoh. Pharaoh dad? Sure. I'm so smart. I'm so smart. The Pharaoh. Pharaoh at work? Where? Wow, did you know that I'm blind? I'm just gonna type it. Pharaoh twerk? Not me reading it as work. Pharaoh? That my papa? I mean, sure. I mean, if Pharaoh likes to twerk, who am I to judge? Right, chat? Right, chat? Pharaoh can twerk if he wants to. There's so many grandpas. I think we did it. It's not even Pharaoh's shirt, that's true. I couldn't find Raichi. Am I crazy? Was it like, hi, Raichi? Chat. Chat. What was the thing? Oh, wait. There. Oh my god, there's Muna. I'm just a dog. Why does she have an Indonesian flag? So random. Yan is cute. Look at it. Sure. Mamichi on the left. The one with Raichi is just hi and bye. So chat can type Indonesia mentioned. You're so correct. Doggo. Meech E above the one that says ban me. Yeah, true. Or add to. You're so right. You're so right. You're so right. Hmm. Yeah, okay. Right? Honestly, that's such a good one. Mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. I, for one, feel like I have achieved much today. Today, I have discovered emotes. Today, I have stretched my legs. Today, I have thrown away glue. Today, I got affiliate and you guys also got founders badges. Wee. I'll add in the actual other badges, the actual sub badges later on. I honestly didn't think I would get affiliate in like less than a week. So it's not, everything is not done yet, you guys. Thank you for supporting me, helping me out, and accompanying me, which is most important. Today you are still cute, ha. Twitch partner next, right? Right, because that's different. Do you think I could? Do you think one day, partner, one day, you need to be partner to instantly upload emotes or something? I forgot. A day of a lot of firsts for everyone. One day, Kanna. Can we believe? Absolutely, positively. Can definitely. Man. It's been so much funsies. I really should look up why there's two alerts. Two separate alerts on my thingamajig. It's so funny. Where am I? I'm so lost. One of these days I should wear my glasses, Do you think that would help with my blindness? It probably would, right? Surely? Okay, let's see. Where am I? Boop. Hi. I feel proud for setting up 7TV, even though half the work was you guys, but that's okay. We did it together. You should add a redeem for glasses. Oh! You're so smart. You mean like a channel point redeem? You're right. Other than hydrating and stretching and posture check, I should add eyesight check, right? and a redeem for head pats. Important. Before on YouTube, there was a thing that can let you like rain emotes on me. Wonder if that works on Twitch too. It should, right? It should, right? What are those thingy? I forgot what to press though. Control Shift Del. Does it work? Huh. Now it's for YouTube. I think. Huh. Shift Del. Okay. It's called Tits. What's that? Twitch integrated throwing system. Oh, okay. You can get it on Twitch. Oh, okay. Dear God, that acronym. What? I'm pretty sure that was intentional. I love how it doesn't get screened. That's a safe word. It is, I guess, guys. Guys, it's a safe word. Twitch thinks it's a safe word, so it's okay. Me, when I throw a comically large frying pan, I kind of say, I've never had like giant frying pans thrown at me, but I guess that you could be a first. Could be a first. Yet. I mean, because why not lose a few more brain cells? Correct. Okay, wait a minute. Let me see. Time to change music because we're now at Marvin Gaye. Let's get it on album. Let's see. My home is so... Okay, sure. Let's go with this one. Okay, DJ. Man, on my back. Dumb. Brain cells flying away faster than... No, the problem is sometimes, like, for example, if me and Rare are together, it's like we're sharing one brain cell. It's probably not recommended. Let's not talk. I also have to go to the bathroom. Do I go? Do I not go? But I haven't even drank that much. That's what that's for. That's what that's for. I see. It's practical. Dang. Who knew? Okay. Be right back. I'm gonna pee. Huh. Thank you. Thank you. I feel like there's so much moral support so that I feel okay to go to the bathroom. Okay, be right back. Boop boop. Hello. I'm back. Did you miss me? Was I gone for long? What season is it? Is it winter already? Don't believe me, just watch. Not really, but I will. I went to the bathroom. Turns out, my brother got me a lemonade. Fresh lemonade, ice large, less sugar. Kanna's been gone for so long. We got season 55 of One Piece. Got me lemon. I think my brother knows I'm always dehydrated. Yeah. Got me lemonade and even a snacky. Oh. Got me a piece of bread. It's good. How would he know that? Because I haven't bought water yet. So obviously, I wouldn't be drinking now. What a nice lemonade and second. I'm so sorry. Just pretend you're not listening to me. Just don't listen to me. I'm not even here. Honestly, I'm a dream. I'm a dream. I apologize. Okay. Continues to eat. Accidentally slurps lemonade. I'm sorry. How nice that I'm a dream. I'm just a voice in your head. Ding. Oh. How does this button do? I'm so not used to the Twitch dashboard. What does this do? What does? Goals. Oh. Oh. What does this do? Wow, I love how I don't understand. Okay. Based on channels of your size, we recommend the goal of getting 10 subscribers. Okay. I'll trust you. Whoa. Does that appear for you guys too? Hey. Good to see you on Twitch though. Hi. Is this your first time seeing me on Twitch? I've always seen you on YouTube. True. True. The voice in my head is saying, Kanna needs to sing more. She has Bibo, you are going to... Did you comment on my YouTube cover? Was it? I forgot. Envy Baby? I can't believe that cover is so many years old now though. Whoa. Thank you so much for the bits. Do you know that I don't know where this notification is coming from? And I should really fix that. Over there! Up here too! Hello? Yep, nope. Only on one side. Man. Butt cat kapoo. Did you know that your cover has 7K to go until... Really? That's crazy! It means it's at like 90,000 views? 93? Man! $93K. I bet one Tabadachi just listened to it on repeat until 93,000 times, probably. 93,000. I don't know if it'll reach 100K. I'm not sure, but maybe one day. Maybe one day. Me. I like to imagine the notifications you're not used to. It's like when a dog sees a bird or a ball and loses track of what they were talking about. You know what? People often do say I do get distracted. I don't know if I do. But will people lie to me? I'll contribute to the first one. Me. I still can't believe the only cover I've ever done is Envy Baby. And I honestly can't listen to it without... I think that happens for everyone, right? You can't really listen to your own voice. What video is it? It's almost like you're a cute... Me... 2... Oh. 3... This is all I remember. I got new rules, I got them. How did we get here? Kanna, no! Are you promoting my own cover in my own stream? Her channel is 4K away from 150K. I don't know. I don't think it's gonna grow. Honestly, I don't know. We need a cover command. What does the cover command does? Thank you so much for the sub. Wait for it. Another one's gonna appear. Ta-da! How do I read your name? Is it Heal Me? Heal Me 9. Thank you so much for the sub. Did you know that today is my very first day as an affiliated Twitch streamer? Yippee! It posts a link to the cover. Oh, we don't have one. Yeah, Momo, you're working so hard. Thank you so much for being an impromptu moderator. Pharaoh is asleep. Oops, I pressed. Thank you so much. It's okay. My bad, no, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Early maybe. Make Did You Know becomes a noise when you get a sub or a gift. I should look up how to do that. Do I just record it on the Audacity? I upload it and be like, did you know? Did you know? Dun 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 dun. Whoa, hydrate. Okay. My lemonade. My fresh lemonade, ice large, less sugar. And I think that's the queue number. A367. Thank you, my brother. My brother is working very hard not to get kicked out. People would be so confused, right? Right? Only we would know. Only we would. No one will know. No, they'll just be very confused, right? Heal me. Sir, yes, sir. Bum 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 bum. Did you know that it's my birthday in 2 days? Don't forget to wish me happy birthday. I guess on Twitter with hashtag KannaDay26. Do you know why I said did you know? Because I saw the hashtag on my screen. Self-reminder. Can you believe I'm turning 17? I'm kidding. In dog years. Does that mean I'm really old? Dang. 17 season 10. No way. Ain't no way. Kind of real though, they actually not know curse words in English because these old clips I'm seeing, it's a bit Indo. Indo speaking Ghana needs to have a literature check. I actually, believe it or not, wait, which one is lying? Are you talking about the... I don't actually swear that much, probably. My vocabulary is very limited. Did you know? Did you know that I literally cursed 2 streams ago? I mean, you guys were teaching me. You guys were teaching me. Is it my fault I'm such a good learner? Is it my fault if I try my best, my very best to learn what you teach me? I did not realize you've done this puppy VTuber life for as long as you have. Yeah. Haven't you ever been taught not to repeat everything you hear? No. Nobody told me that. Who told? Really, we have tons of clips of you cursing. Me? I need to catch up on Kanna. No, don't do it. No. You know, all that matters is the Kanna in front of you right now. It's okay not to know, you know? You know? Kanna, I'll drop the toxic. Good thing that Pharaoh set up auto mod that will totally block it. Aren't I a genius? Good thing my moderator doesn't trust me and put it. And Yamumu is here. Yamumu, you would have totally not allowed that, right? Right? Moz can post like, okay, you know, you wouldn't do that to me. Yamumu wouldn't do that to me. No one would do that to me. No one would do that to me. Good job, Fairy. You saved her tail. What do I do when the present Kanna isn't live? Know that when I'm not here, I'm thinking of you. Or asleep. I may be asleep. I'm probably asleep. Yeah, Boomoo would. Right. On a scale of 1 to kinda sus, how much do we believe that? So Kanna's mostly asleep. I'm either, well, these days. Today, like for example, after stream, I'm probably just gonna go to the gym, spend like 2-3 hours with Michi, take her home, and then go sleep. Wake up, repeat. I was about to say, I think the stream chat widget broke. It did? Man, do I just refresh? Let's see, shall we? Okay. Chat. Please chat again. Very EP background music. Is it time to put something? What is exciting? Wait. I'm literally just clicking on quick picks, aren't I? I'm broken down. Is that why Michi's doing a short stream? She gonna go gym with you after this? Yeah, probably. Oh, her short stream. Another reminder, don't brought up the 7TV topic. Why? Why is that a danger for me? Depends. Oh, is the chat fixed yet? Chat. If you like being able to read chat, do not ever give Michi 7TV permissions. Huh. Chat is fixed. Thank you for telling me. Don't forget to remind her, but it was funny seeing her stress on stream. I mean, okay, to be fair, I reminded her this morning. Because we're supposed to go in like 6 minutes now. But she said that she has stream, so probably in 2 hours late. We shall see. What are you working out today? Honestly, I would love to answer like leg day. But if I'm going with Michi, it's probably never leg day. What if my legs grow weak? I do want to work on my glutes a little bit though. I might do upper body with Michi, and then just like, well, if I arrive first, I'll do glutes, like hip thrusts and stuff like that. You're gonna get chicken legs. She's refusing. She said like, no working out legs for 3 months at least. And I'm like, why? That girl wants to keep her abs so she can show off to new. I know. Chicken leg is good though to eat. Not to have, I presume. And having Kanna live this afternoon is just like having radio. Is it really? I hope it can help you accompany you work a little bit. Hee. Even though I'm just having a blast sitting here. She need not to skip. Like, I keep telling her, but she refuses. No, actually, she's so weak. Her leg power is like non-existent. Like, I had her do RDLs like once, and her legs hurt for 3 days. And the weight was like 2 kilos or something. 2? 4? 5 kilos? I don't know. It wasn't that heavy. I mean, you need to show her the beauty of built legs and thighs. She's afraid that her thighs will merge with her butt or something. Make her do marathon run. You know the thing, there's a machine that's like fully like stairs. Like, it's like treadmill, but just like climbing upstairs. She can get on that and stay there for a long time. So she's good at cardio. Her abs are good. Her back is good. She just has really weak legs. Please convince her even with no weight. I'm trying. I swear she won't even do squats. She wouldn't do squats. She wouldn't do, like, she wouldn't come near leg machines. If she ever wants to kick your shin, you can barely feel anything because she's too weak. I mean, okay. My lower body is probably like so much stronger than Michi's. I don't think she can beat me in that. If she doesn't at least work it out, right? Person who sits on her chair about 14 hours a day has been like, I mean, she won't even exercise, man. She wouldn't even, not even squats, not even like, just like normal squats with no weight. Convince her by buying her some food. She's not food motivated like I am. When someone says weak legs, I always think of, yeah. Actually, probably accurate. Okay, legs. I'm reminded I need to stretch my legs. So, to answer your question, today probably me trying to like figure out which part of me I want to work out. Posture check. Yes, thank you. I straightened up. I leaned back. Oh. I want to do like the glute kickback things. The glute kickback thingamajigs. I did it once and I felt it. I also saw, do you know how many like exercises just go around on like social media? And I don't know if they work, but I'm curious. There's one where you sit on the adductor machine, the things for your thighs, but you like kneel on it instead backwards, and then you squeeze it and apparently it hits your butt instead. So I'm curious. She's challenge motivated. If you bet she can't do something, she'll try. Yeah, we'll see if her challenge motivation versus her fear of having her butt merged with her thigh is, which one is gonna win. I can see that working. Right? I mean, it looks painful. Use the machines the way they are supposed to. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. I should just do the kickbacks, huh? Mean. Actually, Michi like works out really well when it's just not lower body. She likes doing the thing where you have to like do leg raises where you suspend yourself in the air-ish and then you have to like raise your legs. She also likes the tricep thing that you push down. And also lats, the lateral pull up and pull down, I think. I think those are what they're called. I might be wrong. I just know which ones the machines are. There's no way for her to work out with that way. Man, actually, I feel like Michi's so close to a pull-up. With the assisted pull-up machine, she can carry over half her weight, which is crazy. She's so close to like an unassisted pull-up, I swear. Her legs might be chicken legs, but her back though. And making sure her form is good. Yes. Well, it's assisted, so there's like a seat, right? So far it's good. So far it's good. Cheer her on for that first pull-up. When we get there, I swear. We're always like cheerleading each other. Like, you got this. Halfway there. Almost done. Yes, girl. Two more. You know? Having Michi, and we do that for each other, right? So it helps because when I want to die, right? At least there's Michi's voice in the background. Being your moral support. Think about it. Have you ever imagined Michi being supportive? Only at the gym. I can only do 2. You can, okay, first of all, you can do pull-ups. At least you can do, I can't even do 1 unassisted pull-up. I also want to practice like dead hanging. You know the thing where you just grab and you just hold on? It's like supposed to be good to like release tension on your lower back or something, right? So I feel like I need to practice that. I feel like my hands don't really have calluses. So like when I grip, I feel like my hand is weak. You know what I mean? It hurts. I'm such a wuss. Dead hang. Yeah, dead hang. Like hanging like a dead man. Well, when I do that, would it help? Like if I do dead hangs, would it help if I imagine like, oh my god, like I'm in an action movie right now. I'm holding on to this vine for my dear life. If I let go, I'm gonna die. But I don't know if that will actually help though. A lot of people can't pull because their forearms are weak. Man. I mean, well, thanks to Michi, I'm working my upper body a lot. Usually I just do lower. I prefer doing lower body. I want me. Dead man walking tonight. You get dead. So their grip gives up on, yeah, probably, maybe that's why. Maybe that's why. I need to go to the physio doctor on my left. Oh! Wasn't like that before. Can't hold heavy weight for too long. Huh. Huh. I hope they figure something out. Man. Specifically your left wrist and thumb. It wasn't like an injury or something? So like no trigger? Huh. The weakest for me is cardio. I also haven't done cardio. I know I should. I know I should. I know I should cardio, but I haven't done it. Cause weight training is nicer. Grr. Grr. I was thinking I wanted to join, like, you know how some gyms have like classes? Have like, yeah, you know? Like sometimes I have either like dance classes or like aerobics is what they're called, I think. Or like the martial arts inspired classes. Yeah, maybe I should do those. That's kind of cardio, right? Right? For pull-ups, I started dead hanging, then isometric holds at the top. Someone tell me what isometric holds are. Educate me. What is isometric holds? Because when you say metric, I think of like the metric, like kilometer, you know? Basically, you go to the top of a pull-up and hold. Okay, you know what? I can't even go to the top of a pull-up, so... That sounds really cool, though. Because, like, right? If you have to, like, go to the top, you don't have to pull up there. You can jump there or use a stool. Huh. Huh. Okay, I didn't know that. Oh. My strongest is my grip force. Well, I probably have 0 grip force. Is it like the things, you know, the things that look like... What is it? Those things to practice your grip? I see it all the time, but I've never used it. I probably have none. I study physio myself. Could sit and diagnose. You could Oh, wow, that's true. You could totally just diagnose yourself. You can do neutral grip pull-ups. Since you can't pull, you hold to help build a strength. Ah. Neutral grip have more strength and is good starting point. Huh. Grip force is good for weightlifting. It sounds like you are all correct. Man, I should practice it. Neutral is holding from the side. What? Wait. Closing my eyes. Trying to imagine. I got nothing. What the heck is holding from the side? How do you hold from the side? Okay, I crossed my legs again. Dang it. Feeling stupid. All the way it makes me feel that love isn't real. Up. You can get a grip force thingy and do it while streaming. Hey. Your lipstick stains on the front lobe of my left side brain. I knew I wouldn't forget you. Blow my mind. You can just Google neutral grip pull-up. Neutral. Blip, blip, blip. Some pull-up bars point towards you. Wow, I love how I don't understand what those words mean. I don't know what any of those words mean. Soul sister in the mister on the radio. Stereo, the way you move ain't fair, you know. Hey, soul soul sister. I don't wanna miss a single thing you do tonight. Hey, hey. Yum, 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 yum. Hi. I'll Google neutral grip pull up. Neutral grip pull up. Blow your mind. Hey, soul sister, ain't that Mister on the radio? Stereo, the way you move ain't fair, you know. Hey, soul sister, I don't wanna miss a single thing you do tonight. Watching you is the only drug I need. What is this pull-up? Oh, wait, I get it. So you don't hold it like you would hold for a lateral pull down is what I'm approximating. Is that correct? Is it easier that way? Yes. Huh. Hey, soul sister, single thing you do. You know the difference between a no? What is the difference between a chin up and a pull up? Hey, hey. Chin up is palm towards. Oh, that's the only difference. But then I guess that makes all the difference, huh? Wow. Yowzers. Huh. Okay. Question. If you do the neutral grip, what muscles majorly do they work? Question mark? Is that a dumb question? What is this, huh? Oh. Seems superficial. Oh, typical man. You dress up just a little and I'm like, oh. Damn. I'm in love with a stranger. I can't believe she's mine. All I see is you with fresh eyes. I think my dad likes this song. Oh, bye. Oh, okay. Chin up is up. Pull up his palms away. Back and shoulder, biceps too. Which one are biceps again? Is it the one at the front of your arms? It's easier because arms help on the way. Okay, stupid question. This is gonna sound like a Michiko. It's just, is it gonna grow my arms? Because I know it's not easy to get them big, but like, stupid question. Chin up focuses a lot more on your biceps, while pull up focuses more on your back. Neutral does a bit of both. Huh. Yes, working out grows you. You get. I'm gonna get Leon's arm. That's it. It would get you toned. Huh. Okay, I see. Is it isolated bicep? You're sure, right? I guess so. Suddenly, I'm in love with a stranger. I can't believe she's mine. Okay. What should I do today then? Ooh, wait, let me check if there's any like class schedule today. Would Michi come with me on the class? Let me see. Namihi. So suddenly I'm in love with a stranger. I can't believe. More fish game. Sad. Sad. Why? I bought that for a collab. Collab did not happen. I could not get refund. I'm so sad. By the way, I just measured my gripping force and it's out. Your gripping force is 63 kilos? Bro. What? That's crazy. I wonder what mine is. I'm curious. What if it's like 5? Or worse, what if it's like 2 kilos? What if my gripping force is only enough to like squish an egg or something? I never thought of getting a gym talk on a VTuber stream so first. Because like usually, I suppose, is it a stereotype? The streamers just never leave the house and never work out? Hmm. I don't know the lyrics. I know the chorus. Let me see. Oh, I know this one. This is the next song. Everyone, well, mostly everyone knows this song. Yay. Sunny morning, rain is falling. Steal some cover, share some skin. Clouds are shrouding us in moments unforgettable. You twist to fit the mold that I am in. But things just get so crazy, living life gets hard to do. I would gladly hit the road, get up and go if I knew that someday it would lead me back to you. That someday it would lead me back to you. That may be all I need. In darkness, she is all I see. Come and rest your bones with me. Driving slow on Sunday morning, and I never want to leave. Fingers trace your every outline. Oh yeah. Paint a picture with my hand. Oh. Back and forth we sway like branches in a storm. Change the weather, still together when it ends. And maybe all I need. In darkness, she is all I see. Come and rest your bones with me. Driving slow on Sunday morning, and I never want to leave. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-bum, 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 bum-bum, bum, bum-bum, ba-ba-bum. Da-da-bum. I'm back to carry. Yes. But things just get so crazy, living life gets hard to do. Sunday morning, rain is falling, and I'm calling out to you, singing someday it'll bring me back to you. Find a way to bring myself back home to you. That may be all I need. In darkness, she is all I see. Come and rest your bones with me. Driving slow on Sunday morning. Yeah. I don't know what he's saying. Yeah. That's so much in the back. Yay, yay. Woo! Whoa. Man. I like this era of like Maroon 5. Jaggers be like, ah! Suddenly, karaoke. With no context. Clappy, thank you. Just randomly singing along. I wish I knew where my hand grippy things have gone. I've never owned that in my life. Oh, what's this song? Nothing happened. Wow. Should I have made it like I'm a voice from heaven again? Wait, here. Do I sound like I'm from heaven yet? Can you hear me down there? For better or for worse. Believe you let me down. Wow, I don't know if I've ever tried to sing this song though. It hurts. Galaw, but for months on end I've had my doubts. Sorry. Denying every tear. Sudden karaoke, I know, right? Actually, me talking while I'm supposed to be singing. You say I'm crazy, 'cause you don't think I know what you've done. But when you call me baby, I know I'm not the only one. Anyway, but usually when I'm alone, I just sing to myself a lot. Which is like when I first started hanging out with Ray, and she's just like, you actually sing a lot. Why do you not sing more? And I'm like, because issues. Say I'm crazy. Have less issues. But when you call me baby, I know I'm not the only one. I have loved you for many years. Maybe I am just not enough. I've never tried singing this song, so me just reading the lyrics be like, But lying and tearing us up, you say I'm crazy, 'cause you don't think I know what you've done. But when you call me baby, I know I'm not the only one. Sing more, please. I'm trying. I'm trying not to overthink it when I sing, because I get so embarrassed if it's in front of like people. Try harder. Wow, where is that one? Wait, does it work if I type it? Wait. Is this how I use it? Is this rage bait? It's so good though. The song? And I know I'm not the only one. Let's see. What other random songs on YouTube music that I've never sang before? Oh. No, you're singing. Oh, my singing. Thank you. Why are you singing specifically songs you never sang before? I know, right? Because I have issues. Hello, back to my issues. Because I don't really... Because I sing unconsciously, mostly when I'm like listening to music, and then I sing randomly, and then I don't know the lyrics and I don't pay attention. It ends up being na 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 na, you know. Postures check. Thank you so much for the posture check. I crossed my legs again. How did you know? I was crossing my legs the whole time, and I should not do that. How about this? It's not like I don't know, but more like I've never tried singing it like consciously. Hydrate, drinking. Good afternoon, Kanna. Hi, welcome. I'm randomly singing along to songs on YouTube Music. What is this? I know I gave it to you months ago. But between the drinks and subtle things, the holes in my apologies, you know. Ah. So if by the time the bar closes and you feel like falling down, I'll carry you home tonight. We are young, so let's set the world on fire. We can grow brighter than the sun. Sing. We are young, so let's set the world on fire. We can grow brighter than the sun. Now I know that I'm not all that you got. I guess that I just thought maybe we could find ways to fall apart. But our friends are back, so let's raise a toast. 'Cause I found someone to carry me home tonight. We are young. I'm still young. We can burn brighter than the sun tonight. We are young. So let's set the world on fire. We can grow brighter than the sun. Carry me home tonight. Carry me home tonight. Carry me home tonight. Just carry me home tonight. The wind is on my side. I've no reason to run. So come and carry me home tonight. The angels never arrive, but I can hear the choir. So will someone come and carry me home tonight? We are young, so let's set the world on fire. We can burn brighter than the sun tonight. It goes like this until the rest of the song. Did you know? We are young. I wonder if this is a grandma song. Oh my god. This is apparently 2012. 2012, a mere 14 years ago. What? This is 2012. That's it. We're cooked. That's it. It's Jover. It's Jover. It's so Jover. That was 14 years. Maybe we do a more recent song so we feel younger. You know? What's a recent song? Tell me a recent song. Clappy. Clappy. What's a recent song? Dang it. Baby Shark isn't even recent. Think about it. And I love how then YouTube Music suggests me all-time hits, the golden age of Backstreet Boys. Ain't no way. Skater Boy is recent. Skater Boy is recent. They know your time. How dare you? How dare you? What are you insinuating? Dang. How could they do this to me? Sobs. Golden, you're kidding me, right? And then I'll lip sync during the chorus. I'll be like, ah, you know. Yeah, right. I could do that, and then I'll lip sync during the chorus. Like, I'll do that. Wait, I've never tried this either. Ugh, what are the lyrics? Yeah, I'm gonna lip sync. Wait for it. Golden shower. What is golden shower? I was a ghost, I was alone. I don't know what it is. Given the throne, I didn't know how to believe I was the queen that I'm meant to be. Trying to play both sides, but I couldn't find my own place. Call a problem child. I realize I haven't watched the movie, by the way. I'm done hiding. I can't help but laugh though. We dreaming hard, we came so far now. I don't think I can. Oh. We're going up, 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 it's our moment. You know, together we're glowing. Gotta be golden. Oh. I'm done hiding, now I'm shining. Lip syncing may be fun. Did you see that? Did you see how I hit those notes? Damn. Maybe I would be more empathetic to the song if I watched it right. I'll be shining like Barnaby, 'cause we are perfection, I know. I'm sorry, I find this funnier than it should be. Wait. Wait, I should have done something. Wait, not that one. Not this one. This one. I'm like committing to the bit. I imagine the people's gonna watch the VOD, they won't have the music, so they'll just have me doing this with no sound whatsoever. They're gonna be so confused. Oh my god. They're gonna be absolutely confused. Golden shower. What is golden shower? Dang. She was perfect trust but yeah, I just excluded. Not you, Siri!
Trust. Check it out.
My god, Siri. Shut up. Don't Google that. What? That's not the name of a song? I'm not telling. You don't want to know. Wait, everyone knows what it is? If Kanna seriously don't know, she better. Everyone knows what it is? Yes, but absolutely do not. What's wrong with a golden shower? Is it a shower made of gold? I need to open the chat so that I can see the Aga smile. So do not say it like that. Don't say it like a golden shower? What? Why does everyone has knowledge that I do not? Okay, I'll give it. They say that ignorance is bliss. Is this one of those moments where ignorance is bliss? What? Don't scream it. I can't help but scream it if I don't know what it is. Yes, you too, Sasa. You came back from cleaning just to tell me that? Nobody's promised tomorrow. Yes? Dang. If the world was ending. She literally was lurking, cleaning her house, working hard at work, runs back to PC to be like, don't do it. Depends on your preference, but don't look it up on stream. I've realized lately there are many things I do not know, and yet everyone seems to know them. I wonder why. Is it weird that I don't know? Would Ray know? Should I ask Ray? Ray, you're as aware as a fish on a chopping table. For the betterment of your adorability, do not look it up. Ray would absolutely not know, probably. If Ray don't know either, you just want to rage bait Ray? How can I rage bait if I don't know what it is? It's more like I just want a comparison point, you know? Does Ray know? Because if Ray knows, then maybe I'm the problem. If Ray also doesn't know, maybe we're both the problem. I just want a friend. Can you tell? I just want a friend. It's 50-50. Technically, Michi would know, but she also might have forgotten. I'd wanna be next. And the fact that didn't Automod pick that up? So Automod knows what that is. Redeema, if you think you're the problem, you're not. Please stay this cute and adorable. Okay. I'm not the problem. Thank you for letting me know that I am not the problem. And this is why you don't read Automod messages aloud. Was it an Automod message? I didn't know. How was I to know? Oh, because obviously it's like separated from other messages. Thoughts, Kanna. Thoughts. I love how you know what? I gave the benefit of that. I'm like, that doesn't look like a message that should be. I got bugged. And then it got bugged. It literally has automatic. In the big bold font that says message deleted. Who knew? Who knew? Man, did you know? I'm turning down the AC because I keep getting hot again. I feel like I may be dehydrated. Let me sippy. I feel like the way my brain works in real time was just exposed. No lah, surely. My brain works better than that usually. I think I'm just dehydrated. Ooh, this one. Drink more what I'm sipping. I'm reading the lyrics. Think you're so criminal. Bruises on both my knees for you. Thank you or please, I do what I want when I'm wanting to. My soul so cynical. So you're a tough guy, like a really rough guy. Ow. I'm that bad type, make your mama sad type. Make your what? Duh. I was gaming when I suddenly hear about that. Everyone knows! It sounds like everyone knows. Everyone knows except me. Ignorance is bliss. Ignorance is bliss. Don't do it. Don't do it. Someone didn't understand the lyrics. Yeah. If you had to know, we would tell you. Like a really rough guy. My nose is itchy. Am I still sounding like a voice from heaven? Probably. I just know this part. Duh. Like, puts on this song just to say duh. Okay, I've had fun saying duh. Sometimes ignorance is bliss, and that's how it should stay. The echo, echo, echo. Because I'm not monitoring my own voice, I don't know what I sound like. Koponchet. I keep doing that. Mama, you sound like a cave driver. Hello! Holding me back. I want you to hold. Wow, again, songs that I don't know, but I click them anyway. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. In this world, it's just us. You know it's not the same as it was. Na na na. Na na na. Na 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 na. As it was. As it was. As it was. You know it's not the same. I love how you're all like keeping up with my random sporadic song choice. AKA just playing next until I hit a song that I think I know, but then I don't know. Nah. As it was, as it nah, yeah. Accurate. In this world, it's just us. You know it's not the same as it was. In this world, it's just Go Kanna. Just saying na na na. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No, no, no. Na 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 na. Bukan. Na na na. Man. Okay. I feel like I've been drinking a lot. How am I dehydrated? No, wait. You will never guess what appeared. Yeah, guys. You know it, don't you? Did you eat pizza? I think tonight you're probably gonna start a fight. Come on, loved you endlessly. You weren't there for me. I know that I can't take no more. It ain't no lie. Out that door, baby, bye, bye, bye. But it ain't no lie, baby, bye, bye, bye. What's this new song? Backstreet Boys. It's YouTube music. Ain't no lie, baby, bye, bye, bye. It calls to me, Zayd. It calls to me. One good reason, baby, come on. Live for you and me. Life would be much better once you're gone. Take no more, it ain't no lie. I wanna see you out that door, baby, bye, bye, bye. Don't wanna be a fool for you. But it ain't no lie, baby, bye, bye, bye. I don't know, I'm so entertained. Ain't no lie, bye, bye, bye. What are new songs anyway? Okay, wait. Oh, we're being dramatic, okay. Why is YouTube not giving me new songs? How do I know? Oh, trending! Trending chart, guys! Top 100 songs global. Top 100 songs global. But it ain't no lie. Okay, I don't know the number one song. I can't even read it. Before Zayd calls me out again. I'll pull up something probably new-ish. Like this song from the SpongeBob movie. SpongeBob has a movie? Rude. Heavenly jump scare. Like Jenny. Why do I say them all like a question? This one I know, I think. You stepped inside with a vibe I ain't never seen. See, I know. So if you talk like you walk, come and talk to me. It would break my heart, break my heart, break my heart. You can't move. You better show me now, show me now, show me now. 'Cause when I take you to the floor, you know what to do. Oh, oh, shake it up right now. I just might make her my baby. See, I know. Haha. I just say that your face got me so intrigued. I'm so intrigued. What good is beauty if your booty can't find a beat? What? Okay. So no need beauty, you just need a booty. I got it, noted. Show me now, show me now, show me now. Oh, you gotta get down. You know what to do. Oh, 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 just might. Baby, I just might make her my baby. Hey. Woo, 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 woo. Nyaha! I do know recent-ish song. 2026. Down, 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 down. That's all I know. In it, put your heart into it. That's all I need. She's young. Thank you for following. Oh, she looks right now. Oh, I just might make her my baby. Oh, oh, oh. Did you know that I only know oh? And do. Wait. I just might. Do. I just might. I know. Thank you. I'm here every day currently. I'm here every day, everyone. Oh. Meep. Okay. That's enough random karaoke for no reason. Thank you for putting up with me. Let me turn off the voice of heaven. There you go. Man. See, I feel like I drink, I sippy, and now I have to go to the bathroom again, but I'm still dehydrated. How does that work? She came out from the kitchen. I'll have you know. Drink more. Okay. During the whole... Okay, actually. I thought I finished the protein water, but I finished almost half. So, I think I drank 200 milliliters and half a glass of lemonade. So actually, is that not a lot of water? Or is it a lot of water? When was this released? This one? 2008. But it's okay, I'm done proving that I'm young, you know? Posture check. Hi, you're so right. How did you know? Straightening my back. Thank you. and see like me. Open up your plans and damn, you're free. Okay, so question. If I drink approximately 400 milliliters during the whole stream, is that a lot or not a lot? Actual genuine question. Love, 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 love. That's a lot. Not a lot. Zatate. 400 milliliters? I think so. Because I finished almost half the bottle of protein water, which I know is 450 milliliters. And I think the lemonade may be another 300? So like 500. Decent amount, yeah? Right? But I still feel so dehydrated. I feel like my body temperature is rising in the last hour. I don't know why. 4 hours would, for me, would be little. Eh? Scooby-da-da-da-ba-doo. Tying in the mirror and bending over backwards just to try to see it clearer. It's 5! Man, I didn't realize. Okay. I might have to go soon because I have to get ready to go to the gym. First of all, I have to remind Michi that we have to go to the gym. Actually, she's still streaming, isn't she? She's probably still streaming, isn't she? She's still streaming, isn't she? She's gonna... Okay. It's okay, she has an hour. She has an hour to stream. Please don't, please don't, please don't. There's no need to complicate. Time is short. Any protein shakes or meals for her you need? I love how you double check that it's for her. Oh. We're going at 6 p.m. which we would usually finish gym at maybe 8 p.m. which by then Michi will not eat. So probably what I feel like might happen is I might eat dinner first with Michi before gymming. That's my approximation of how it's gonna go down tonight. Because Michi will not consume food above 8 p.m. specifically. Yeah, so probably gonna eat dinner first before gymming. Because if we wait until after gym, the time window is probably not a lot. That's all these supposed to... Right? You would think, right? Yeah. Wow. Okay, yeah. Across the sea. What year is this? Was such a good song though. Dang. Lucky I'm in love with my best friend. Lucky to have been where I have been. 2000. Kapancet. Bentar. Pretend that didn't happen. How do I click this without actually clicking things? How do I know? Right click? No. Right click. Go to album? 2008. Yeah, no, it's still 2008. Hear whispers across the sea. Keep you with me in my heart. You make it easier when life gets hard. I should be ending stream. Why am I still yapping? Man. Okay, guys, we still haven't decided what I'm gonna do at the gym today. I love how it... Did you see how it became our decision and not just my decision? Did you see how it became our decision together? What did you do last time? I don't remember. Upper day, probably. Man, I don't remember. I have amnesia. Let me remember. I think I did obliques, which is like waist. Obliques, and I did core. And then I did assisted pull-ups. What else did I do? I don't remember. Just do leg day and torture Meiji. She runs at the sight of anything related to legs. Then normally legs. Right, that's a normal thing to do. But not Michi. Maybe work out your arms more. Ugh. Okay. You're so right. Legs are right. Legs are so much fun. I love doing legs. I think, like, maybe if she doesn't arrive yet. Oh no, we're getting dinner first, aren't we? Thoughts. Maybe while she's doing something else, I'll pop in some hip thrusts. I mean, cause why not? Yeah. I tried to look for what classes exist. I don't think there's any classes right now. Maybe it's holiday season or something. Even the machine. Yeah, she saw the hip thrust machine and she went, air hump machine, hell no. That's what she said. Today is Nyapi. You're so correct. It's you're so correct. Right. Right. Isn't that 19th though? Isn't that on the 19th? Am I crazy? Nyapi is on the 19th. No? 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 I'm crazy? Yep. You know what they say? Ignorance is bliss. Really? Really? Dang. I know nothing. I'm sorry. I live in a cave. Did you know? I live in a cave. I don't even have sunlight. Tomorrow is Idul Fitr. Where am I? What date is it today? Oh, just kill me. You know how I've been living? In the dark, with no lights, no electricity. I'm kidding. Oh. I should go out, shouldn't I? I should go reintegrate with society. You're so right. You're so right. You're so right. I've been on my own for too long. I haven't seen humans in several business days. I can't do this. Are you sure? You're sure? Yakan! Bukannya right? Am I crazy? Am I crazy? To be able to stream without electricity. You know what? You know those electricity generating bicycles? That's me right now. Furiously cycling under the table to power up my PC so that I can stream. The amount of dedication that I exhibit. I can even do it with my legs crossed. Man. I know. I have to pee, but laughing makes me want to pee. At least on the national calendar. Oh, maybe then. I don't know. Go. You're so correct. But I have to go anyway. Why don't I end stream so that I can pee and you don't have to wait for me? Wouldn't that be the smart decision? Or do I pee first? Raid Michi to remind. Lawal, you're so right. She'll be like, Kanna! Raid! Because we have to go to the gym, you dodo head. Pee first, right? Okay, I'm gonna pee first so that I can raid her. Give me 2 seconds because I really have to go now. Beep boop. Hello. I have Twitter. What was happening? Beep boop. Boop beep. Does this happen to me? Booby? Did I? Boop beep. Hard to believe that it's not over tonight. Just give me one more chance to make it right. I may not make it through the night. I won't go home without you. I'm getting sidetracked. What was I doing again? Tonight, chance to make it right. To the night, I won't go home without you. What was I doing again? Okay. Did you know that I didn't mix the lemonade this whole time? And now it's really sour. Yeah. And it's so sour. What the heck? Whoa, I feel like I just sucked straight on lemon juice. Ugh, why did I do it again? Get this away from me. Go home without you. Ugh. Okay. Go home without you. I always forgot how adorable the ringing on your model is. Amazing. Wow! You think so? Thank you. Hehe. So that you'll remember, you should come visit more often. Haha. Nyaha. Wow. I'm gonna get distracted again. What were we doing? I'm supposed to go to the gym. Okay. I will work out. What am I working out today? My body. What else? Thoughts. Legs, arms, everything. Okay. We have to end on a good note, on a high note. We can't have a sad song. Is this a sad song or not? Man, I can't tell if this is a sad song or not. Okay. What's a good song? If you wanna build pull-up, try doing those dead hangs. You are so right. No thoughts, head empty, Jim. Just do muscle. Yes. What is a happy song? Feel good, pop and rock. Yes. Okay. Thank you guys so much for accompanying me all day. Well, all my day. Well, how long did I stream anyway? 3 hours or something? I don't remember. 4 hours. Holy crap. If you feel like a room without a roof. Did you know that I was only gonna stream for 2 hours? I fear if I don't stop myself in the future, what if I just turn into Michi? And then Ollie will tell me that I have no life. Thank you guys so much for spending my first day. Did you know that today was my first day being a Twitch affiliate? Yippee! Thank you for accompanying me. Thank you for subscribing and following. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the cheers. Is that what they're called? Redeems. That's what they're called. Right. Thank you for keeping reminding me to go to the bathroom, to hydrate and posture check. May I live longer with a proper posture and more hydration. And may I don't turn into a cactus. Whoa! Zin, thank you! Thank you so much for the bits! I got it right? Those are bits, right? Eevee! I'll work on the sub badges. I think that's what they're called. The sub badges. And add more emotes. And thank you so much for accompanying me. Set up 7 TV today. I had so much fun. Wow. It'll be my birthday in 2 days. So I'm still streaming definitely for tomorrow. And 20th March on my morning time. Wow, do I know what that time is on other people's time zones? Probably not. I should schedule that. Twitch has a schedule, right? I should do that. Whee! I feel like I had a lovely day today. I realized that I just been yapping for 4 hours non-stop. Thank you. Oh, okay, right. We have our initial plan, right? We need to raid Michi so that she remembers that. So she remembers to go to the gym with me. Is it passive aggressive? Only slightly. Only slightly. Do you have a raid message? What's a good one? What's a good one, chat? Okay, no question. What's a raid message? Okay. Thoughts? Inner peace? Michi go gym? Oh, wow. Okay. Can be a combination of doggo raid, Michi go gym. Okay, for today, it's Michi go gym. Doggo raid, Michi go gym. I'm so smart. We are so smart. Wow, let me copy paste her username because she has so many dang E's and I will forget. Hi, thank you so much. Thank you so much, chat. You've been a lovely company. Yeah. I'll see you tomorrow for more nothings? Question? Whoa. Thank you, Mod. My bestest, most amazing, hardworking moderator for today. Oh wait, she's getting raided. Crazy. She's never gonna end stream, is she? What song is this? Oh. I'm listening to her yap, getting distracted. Okay. Ow. Did I totally smack the mic? I did. Oh. Taking the rhyme on my right. Oh. See you tomorrow. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you. I'll see you soon. Bye. 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 Bye.